Hello? Pleasant good Monday morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance of August 17, 2026 is hereby called to order. Pleasant good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Today, the committee will hear the fiscal year 2027 budget presentation of the Magens Bay Authority, the West Indies Company Limited, or WICO, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. All of these entities are firmly rooted in the territory's tourism product and experience. Magens Bay was recently ranked number 17 on Beach.com 2026 Global Beach Index. In their respective ways, both WICO and the Port Authority have responsibility for visitors' first and last impressions. As we all know, the impression matters. Today's budget hearing is also occurring in the context of Viper proposed public-private partnership with Sky City. There is a lot of grounds to cover today. We anticipate a robust discussion as we explore these agencies' revenue generation, challenges, goals, opportunity for improvement, and overall fiscal management. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues and those in the audience to please turn your cell phone off or silent as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Monday, August 17, 2026, 9 a.m. in the Albee Atley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2027 budget. Block 1, Magens Bay Authority, invited testifier, Ms. Monique Simon, General Manager. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And before we go over to Ms. Simon to again acknowledge her presence as well as take her testimony, I also want to commend my colleague, Senator Blyden, for his weekend housing summit. Again, kudos and commendation. It had a large turnout, and certainly a lot of information was imparted during that housing summit, and it was held in both districts. Of course, earlier in the week, we heard on the St. Thomas district and on Saturday in the St. Croix district. So kudos again, Senator Blyden, for a job well done. At this time, we'll go to Ms. Simon. Just do a quick mic check before you take your testimony and identify yourself. Bring that mic right in front of you.
Good morning.
Give your name and...
Morning. Monique Simon, General Manager, Magens Bay Authority.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good morning to Chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Noel E. Francis Jr., Senate President Milton E. Potter, Senate Vice President Kenneth Gittins, all distinguished committee members, all members of the 36th Legislature, and to all persons listening and viewing these proceedings. My name is Monique Simon, General Manager of the Magens Bay Authority, and I am accompanied by Ms. Barbara Peterson, Chair of the Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 2027 budget. This testimony highlights the authority's mission, financial position, accomplishment, operational challenges, strategic priorities, and our continued commitment to preserving one of the Virgin Islands' most treasured natural resources. History and mission. Since its established in 1946, following the generous donation of Arthur S. Fairchild, the Magens Bay Authority has been entrusted with preserving and managing some of the Virgin Islands' most treasured public spaces for the benefit of residents and visitors. Today, the authority manages Magens Bay Beach, Smith Bay Park, Lindquist Beach, the Drake Seat property that continues to the territory's natural beauty, cultural identity, recreational life, and tourism economy. Our mission is to operate and maintain these properties in a manner that conserves natural resources, enhance quality of life, promote environmental stewardship, and provide safe, inclusive, and enjoyable recreation experience for all visitors. More than 80 years ago, the authority remains committed to the mission by protecting our natural resources, maintaining and improving public infrastructure, ensuring patron safety, and making responsible investments that provide accessibility and an overall visitor experience while preserving these public spaces for future generations. Statistics and economical operations impact. The U.S. Virgin Islands welcomed 303,388 visitors during the first quarter of 2026, reflecting continued strength in territory's tourism sector. Of this total, 246,772 visitors arrived in St. Thomas, making it the primary driver of recreational demand across public beaches and park facilities. This sustained level of tourism directly affects the operation responsibilities of the Magens Bay Authority, which manages both the Magens Bay Beach, the Smith Bay Park, Linquist Beach, of two of the most heavily visited natural assets of the island. Magens Bay continues to serve a diverse visitor population whose usage pattern shape daily operational requirements. More than half of all the visitors to Magens Bay, 53.76%, were non-resident visitors, underscoring the beach's role as a premier attraction for cruise ship passengers, day trippers, and short-stay tourists. Resident visitors account for 23.57%, demonstrating consistent local use. Excursion passengers who typically arrive in concentrated waves tied to cruise ship schedules presented 19.51%. Non-resident children account for 2.44%, while resident children represents 0.71% of total visitation. These statistics demonstrate that Magens Bay Authority, two parks, collectively serves both tourism economy and local community, requiring continuous operational readiness across sanitation, safety, environmental management, and infrastructure. Increased visitation, particularly during peak cruise period, require greater investment in maintenance, security, lifeguard services, environmental management, sanitation, parking operations, and capital improvement to maintain the high standard expected of the two St. Thomas premier beaches. Smith Bay Park experienced similar pressures, though with a different visitor profile. While Magens Bay absorbed the majority of cruise ship-driven traffic, Smith Bay receives a higher portion of weekend local residents, week-long hotel visitors, and Airbnb visitors, and tourism excursion resulting in longer dwell times, sustained use of the restroom facilities, waste system, beach infrastructure. The combined operation load across both parks require coordinated staffing, increased waste handling capacity, and ongoing infrastructure maintenance to ensure safe, clean, and accessible recreational environment. These statistics demonstrate that Magens Bay, two parks, collectively serve the tourism economy and the local community, requiring continuous operation readiness across the authority. Increased visitation, particularly during peak cruise period, and necessitate grading investment and overall upkeep. Together, Magens Bay and Smith Bay form a critical component of the St. Thomas tourism infrastructure and community recreation system. The sustained visitor volume documented in the early 2026 reinforces that we need to continue operation investment, strategic resources allocation, and long capital planning to support the authority mission and preserve the reputation of these beaches as world-class destination. Financial overview. For fiscal year 2027, the authority projects operating expenditures totaling $4,634,084.46, with approximately 59% dedicated to payroll and employment-related costs. The authority employs 62 dedicated employees consisting of 25 full-time and 37 part-time staff, and have 4 vacant positions: lifeguard, custodian, groundskeeper, and comptroller. Our employees are the backbone of our organization, supporting visitor safety, customer service, environmental stewardship, revenue collection, facility maintenance, and daily park operation. Continued investment in our workforce is essential to maintaining efficient operation, delivering quality public service, and ensuring a safe and welcome experience to all residents and visitors. Revenue generation. The authority generates revenue through admission, parking, facility rentals, weddings, concession, recreational activities, and special events. Concession operations include WOW, Water Sports, USVI, LLC, Four Versions LLC, taxi service, DM Hospitality LLC, beach chair rental and boutique rental sales, and Elevated Hospitality LLC, food and beverage sales. These partnerships improve visitors' service while generating sustainable revenue that supports operation and capital investment. Diversified revenue source also allows the authority to remain financially responsible while continue to invest in infrastructure and visitors' amenities. Fiscal 2026 accomplishment. Magens Bay Authority Bathhouse 1 Reconstruction Project. The reconstruction of Bathhouse Number 1 at Magens Bay Beach represents one of the most significant infrastructure investment undertaken by the Magens Bay Authority in recent years. This project was made possible through funding provided by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, which covers approximately 98% of the total project costs, demonstrating that the federal government commitment to restoring and strengthening critical public infrastructure within the U.S. Virgin Islands. The project totaled $1.8 million. Construction commenced in September of 2025, and the project is now in its final phase, with all remaining finishing work anticipated to be completed by the end of September 2026. Once completed, the new facilities will provide visitors with a modern, durable, and fully accessible amenities designed to serve the hundreds of thousands of residents and visitors who enjoy Magens Bay Beach each year. The new bathhouse number 1 has been designed to provide enhanced comfort, accessibility, and operational efficiency. The building features spacious male and female restroom facility, each complemented by the ADA-compliant accessible restrooms to ensure equal access for all patrons. The facility also includes 4 private changing rooms for male and female, 3 convenient foot wash stations, and generous ADA accessible parking immediately adjacent to the building. In addition to serving the public, the structure provides substantial operational improvement for the Magens Bay Authority. The building contains ample storage space for maintenance equipment, beach supplies, and operational material, allowing its staff to be supported daily operations while maintaining a clean and organized environment. The facility has been engineered with resilient infrastructure to ensure long-term reliability. It serves by its own dedicated septic system and is equipped with a 20-kilowatt emergency generator, providing backup electrical power during utility interruptions and enhancing the authority's emergency preparedness and disaster resilience. The successful execution of this project reflects the dedication and collaboration of numerous individuals and organizations. The Magens Bay Authority extends its sincere appreciation to Romina Construction, LLC, whose commitment to qualified workmanship has been instrumental in bringing this project to completion. Appreciation is also extended to Grand Engineering and Construction Group, whose project management and engineering oversight ensured that the project remained on course and met the authority's high standards for quality and performance. Special recognition is given to Yvonne Webster, Disaster Program Account Specialist with the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, and Kervin Dover, Senior Program Project Specialist with the Virgin Islands Emergency Management Agency, Office of Disaster Recovery, for their invaluable guidance, technical expert, and continued support throughout every phase of the FEMA funding and project administration process. The Magens Bay Authority also acknowledged the unwavering leadership of Mr. Robert G. Marone, Chairman of the Infrastructure and Planning Committee, whose dedicated technical knowledge and oversight help ensure the successful planning and execution of this important capital project. Finally, sincere appreciation is extended to the employees of the Magens Bay Authority, whose daily commitment, coordination, support, contribution significantly to the success of the completion of this landmark project. The completion of Bathhouse 1 stands as a lasting investment in the future of the Magens Bay Beach, providing safe, attractive, resilient, accessible facility that will serve residents and visitors for many years to come, preserving our high quality of recreational experience that made Magens Bay one of the premier Caribbean beaches. Additional accomplishments include rehabilitation of Shed 1, expanded visitor seating, improvement to the park grounds, continued collaboration with the Office of Disaster Recovery, FEMA, engineering consultants, and contractors, successfully hosting the 15th annual King of the Wings event with more than 4,800 attendees, expanded partnership with schools, nonprofit organization, faith-based organization, and government agencies, and continue professional development for lifeguards through American Red Cross and responder safety training. Challenges. The authority continues to address environmental challenges, including invasive vegetation, flooding, severe weather events, increasing sargassum accumulation. Visitors conducted issues such as excessive noise, prohibited glass containers, abandoned animals, and unauthorized commercial activities requiring continued education and enforcement. Operational challenges include increased visitation, aging infrastructure, traffic management during peak periods, and coordinating ongoing capital improvements while maintaining uninterrupted public access. Fiscal year 2027 goals and priorities. Our priorities for the fiscal year 2027, including repaving the roadway between Shed 2 and Bathhouse 1, completing bridge land repairs and stabilization, expanding preventive maintenance for the authority's facilities, and implementing youth swimming and boating programs focusing on water safety and environmental stewardship. These incentives will improve infrastructure, strengthen public safety, and preserve the authority's assets, expand community engagement, and reinforce our commitment to operational excellence. In conclusion, the Magens Bay Authority remains committed to responsible stewardship, fiscal accountability, environmental preservation, and acceptable public service. We appreciate the continued support of the legislature, our board of directors, employees, and community partners. Together, we will continue protecting Magens Bay, Smith Bay Park, and Drake Sea while enhancing visitors' experience and strengthening the Virgin Islands tourism economy. Thank you once again for this opportunity, and we are prepared to address any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, General Manager Simon, for your testimony there. Before we go to you for questions, I'd just like to ask the Madam Clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Norbert E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale absent. Mr. Chair, 5 members present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Letter dated August 17, 2026, addressed to the Honorable Noble E. Francis Jr., Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, Christian Stead, VI 00820. Dear Chairman Francis Jr., please be advised that I will be late to the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance meeting scheduled for today, Monday, August 17, 2026, which convenes at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Attlee Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Look forward to joining the meeting upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Respectfully submitted, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please mark Senator James as excused, and we'll acknowledge her as soon as she arrives. Also, please record non-committee members, Senator Franklin Johnson, as well as Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Johnson is in the St. Croix conference room. Senator Avery Lewis is online at this time as being present?
In St. John.
In St. John, I'm sorry. In St. John. General Manager, thank you again for your testimony. I'm Simon. So let's talk a little bit about your revenues. What's your revenue collection thus far for FY 2026?
Thus far is $6,206,665.98.
How was that in comparison to the same time period last year?
We're up slightly from last year, sir.
Up slightly. And what do you attribute the increase to?
We had more
Bring down that mic a little bit closer to you.
increase in visitation at the beach, and also our revenue from our concessionaires.
What have been your expenditures for FY 2026 thus far?
Our total expenditures are $3,308,703.23.
And you mentioned that you have 4 vacancies. Are you having difficulties filling those vacancies, or what's going on with the vacancies, especially the lifeguard?
Oh, Senator, the vacancies for 2026 have all been filled. These are new vacancies for 2027.
Very well. New positions that you have. Any judgment or litigation against the authority at this time?
Not at this time.
Have you received any federal or local funds outside of the FEMA funding that you?
No, that's the FEMA, the reimbursement for the
Just the
construction.
FEMA. In your challenge, you mentioned about trash. Of course, you talk about overgrowth and everything else. Do you have enough trash receptacles at the?
Senator, we have over 46 trash receptacles on the beach, so we have a sufficient enough a trash receptacle. The issue in reference to trash is that in the early hours and in the late evening, they tend to use Megan's Bay as their waste station to throw away their trash instead of using the lovely one that was made by Mahogany Run.
So this is occurring outside of the gated area?
Is inside the receptacles on the beach.
Okay. Oh, it's unsecured. It's not locked.
No.
After hours. Okay. What have you expended in capital outlay so far?
One second, capital outlay.
I know you have the work that's going on at the bathroom, but outside
Yes,
of that, any other major capital?
Besides there, we had, so far, we have spent $363,157.86, and that includes the renovation of Shed 1, generators, improvement of the infrastructure for the beach.
Okay. Do you have any outstanding vendors payment due?
No, sir.
When was your last audit?
Megan's Bay last audit was FY '22. We're presently in doing audit for FY '23 and '24. We engaged into an audit company
And when are those due to be completed?
by December of the 2026.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Blyden, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, GM Simon.
Good morning.
Let me ask you in respect to the amount of garbage that's on the beach after hours or early in the morning before you open and after you close. How much is that costing you, basically estimated with your team to clean up that garbage? And have the board had any discussion in terms of actually locking it after hours to prevent not only trash but other damages to the most precious Megan's Bay facilities?
As far as trash, I don't have the complete figure there, but basically we have plenty of receptacles. We try our best to make sure
Speak into
that
the mic. Speak into the mic. Bend the mics. Yeah, so
we
can
have
hear you.
numerous of receptacles. We try our best to have those early in the morning and the evening removed. It's as you state, after hours. We're just looking into being a little bit more aggressive as far as having those trash removed, working with our concessionaires as far as having those removed so there's no litter on the beach.
The bottom line is our people need to protect our treasure, which is Megan's Bay is one of our most precious treasure that it should not be taken for granted. And if you don't, we basically take care of it, you're going to lose that privilege. And I feel moving forward, if they continue, we need to do some kind of actually shutting it down after hours to prevent it from being not only trashed, but vandalized, etc. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Let me go over the order of questions this morning. We have Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. At this time, Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good morning, colleagues. Testifier, listening and viewing audience, the Office of Hubert Frederick and Central Staff, and Director, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning.
I wanted to congratulate you first off and the team because this is one of those agencies that's self-sufficient. You're using your own money to do what you got to do. And on the surface, it appears that it's functioning very well. Thank you so much for your hard work and dedication. I wanted to ask you, what's your admission fee for Megan's Bay for both locals and non-locals?
The admission fees for non-locals is $7. For residents, locals is $2.
If you're having an event there as a local, what would it cost you to utilize one of the pavilions?
The rental fee for the pavilions is $200 deposit, $150 to rent the shed. So the total is $350. But once you leave the premises clean and tidy, you receive back your deposit of $200.
All right, great. In reference to the audits, I saw on page 7 of the post-audit report that you had a vendor called Driven and a vendor called Benham and Hodge. Which one is doing the FY 23-24?
Driven is our auditor company out of Puerto Rico, and Benham & Hodge is doing the auditory prep work for us.
Okay. The current audit that was just done, was it Driven who did it, or was it Benham?
It was Benham & Hodge.
Okay. And how often do you change auditors?
Well, Benham & Hodge are not doing audits, so we have to find a new vendor. So this is the first one underneath my purview that we have had chosen.
There was an RFP that was sent out?
Yes, the RFP was sent out, matter of fact, twice in regards to this.
Okay, great. I think the biggest thing that I was curious about was the chair asked about outstanding vendor payment. You said none, but on page 7, there's one for HKT Energy Consultant over 31 days, 30 to 60 days, $25,000.
That vendor has been paid. We were just waiting for the final documentation, which they provided for us, so we have no outstanding vendor payments.
Okay. I notice your bank accounts are very substantial. Congratulations. Can you tell me what was the last reconciliation you had for each one of those accounts?
The reconciliation is done on a monthly basis, so July would have been the last time we reconciled those accounts.
And every single one of these accounts have been reconciled?
They will be just reconciled by the end of this month. The information was
Awesome.
provided to you in July, correct?
The only question I have is you closed out FY 25 year, so why wasn't that also up for audit?
We're starting from 23 to 24, then we will proceed on to 25.
Okay, yeah, I heard the 23 and 24.
1
I didn't
minute.
hear you mention 25 yet. So we're all set to go.
Once we complete those, yes.
And then the last time you guys were before us last year, I remember I got into a discussion about the cost to renovate a bathroom, and I was told it was $1 million. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Has that cost been modified, changed?
no,
Or is it still $1 million to do a bathroom?
it's
30 seconds.
$1,710,000. That is the correct cost to renovate the bathrooms. Yes, it's the correct
Oh,
cost.
and the bathrooms currently, all of them are up and operational?
Except for bathhouse number 1, that's the one that's being renovated, reconstructed.
So where are we with that? It's been a year now, so is it almost finished? It's
Yes, yes,
60%?
Senator. It's approximately about
Time.
75% finished. It's scheduled to complete next month, September 2026.
I'm coming to see it.
Please do.
Coming to see it. I want to see what $1 million bathroom looks like.
Please do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your responses. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of questions. At this time, I'd like to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Maurice James. Thank you, Senator. At this time, what does technology look like for the authority over at Magens Bay?
Well, basically, we have our system online. As far as technology, our webpage, we're upgrading our POS system. Also, we're working on upgrading so where you could actually purchase your ticket online to come into the beach. We reserve your sheds and different functions online. So we're just trying to make it more user-friendly and upgrade the system.
Okay. Do you have access to free Wi-Fi in that area?
No,
No free Wi-Fi, no communication with via NGN or any other entity to provide public access.
we're working on upgrading the system.
You're working on that.
Yes.
What's the level of training for your lifeguards in terms of emergency response medic?
They do online training, and then we have a certified instructor on board, and she basically you do the yearly training. She does the weekly and monthly as far as swimming, and also CPR. That's also done normally on a month to by a quarterly basis. So we are constantly in a training mode.
And do you have first aid kits and other medical response equipment available?
Yes, we do.
You do.
Yes, we do.
Very well. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and colleagues, and pleasant good morning to the viewing and listening audience, and also the Magens Bay Authority Director Monique Simon. Welcome. How are you doing today?
I'm well, and you?
Good, good. Okay, I was checking the original Fairchild conveyance, which was made for the benefit and the use of the people of the Virgin Islands in perpetuity, with the natural beauty of the property to be preserved. So your testimony today is you're projecting approximately $6.2 million in revenues. Is that correct?
That is currently where we're at, yes. Okay,
good. So with your budget of $4.32 million, that leaves a surplus of about $1.88 million. Can you tell me what is that $1.88 million? What happens to that if it's being reinvested, if it's being used to preserve the natural beauty and environment of the property? Can you give me an update on that projected surplus, the use of the $1.88 million surplus?
All what you have just said, Senator, and also noted that we have several upcoming projects that I stated as far as the pavement of the roads and renovations of the restroom facilities and also with our septic system. So a large amount of that money will have to go towards that. And if you know, road work is costly. So that's another big endeavor we will be taking on.
Okay, so one question. Does the Magens Bay Authority consider the original language and conditions of Mr. Fairchild's original deed to be binding today, and has legal authority? Has you obtained a legal opinion?
Yes, we follow through with our legal attorney and also with what the deed states.
Okay, thanks. So you're asking this legislature to review a $4.32 million budget, and you're self-funded, and you don't receive general fund appropriation. So I want to understand your financial position clearly. How much cash and unrestricted reserves, CD investments, and other liquid assets does Magens Bay have today? And why shouldn't this committee consider those revenues reserves when evaluating your budget? So how much cash, unrestricted reserve, CD investment, and other liquid assets do you have?
As stated in the post audit, the $10,372,484 are in our bank accounts. Those monies basically covered our operating expense, payroll, and thus the funding source that Magens Bay currently has.
Okay, so how much interest revenue did you generate in this past fiscal year?
That was $14,072.
Wow, that's incredible. Okay, so now that the bathhouse number 1 is nearing completion, what additional capital projects are planned for fiscal year 2027?
The roadway around bathhouse number 1, also the roadway in front of shed 2.
1 minute.
And also working on improving our septic system for bathhouse number 2.
And what's the projected cost for those capital projects?
The roadway alone is projected to be like $1.2 million.
Okay, so you stated that there was about 4,800 persons for a major event last year. How much revenue did Magens Bay Authority generate on that one day?
30 seconds.
The Magens Bay Authority doesn't generate revenue for
You
that
didn't
day.
charge?
No,
excuse me.
that is basically King of the Wings. They rent the park for the day, and that's the income that we receive.
I know, but the 4,800 persons got into the beach free?
Yes, that's a part of the contract for King of the Wings.
Okay, so you just generated a revenue from their sales.
Time.
They rent with a contract, they rent the beach for the day, and that's the income that we receive.
Okay, Mr. Chair, can I just finish up? I have a question on Smith Bay. So does Smith Bay Park generate a surplus, or they operate at a loss, and how much is it surplus, or how much is the loss?
Currently, Smith Bay operate as a loss. For presently is about $110,000. Of course, you know, Smith Bay is a different dynamic than Magens Bay, so we don't have as much the visitors at that location. But
Okay, and does Magens Bay follow the recent laws of the Virgin Islands where the minimum salary should be $35,000? Does Magens Bay have any full-time employee make less than 35? And you can answer on the chair's time, why are they making less than 35,000?
okay. No, absolutely not. All our Magens Bay Authority employees were brought up to par for 2026, so we have no employees that's below 35,000.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. General Manager Simon, are you part of the government employees retirement system?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and you're in full compliance with payments to GRS?
Yes,
Are you in full compliance with payments to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority?
definitely.
Are you in full compliance with payments to BIR?
Yes, we are.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning again to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, GM Simon.
Good morning.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Let me just put something on record right quick in respect to my colleague from St. Croix when it came to the bathroom, and I don't want people to think that's an exorbitant price, because I did go and look at the bathroom along with some of my other colleagues we were invited to look at it, and you should have mentioned it's specialized equipment. You see what I'm saying? Specialized concrete, specialized equipment for the bathroom, because everything has to be corroded free to resistant. It also have specialty items, and that's very important because that's a good investment you guys made in the beach at Megan's Bay, because like I say, that's one of our most precious gems. When we respond to what I said earlier, also not only Megan's Bay, we're talking about Vesup, Linquist, Cookie Point. We cannot be leaving trash on our beaches. It's unacceptable. That's ours, and we must treat it as such. It's very important to me. Because I'm also an environmentalist, and we must protect our public spaces. Okay? In respect to the your revenues, though, you spoke to you operating at a loss with Smith Bay Park at 1.2. How much you say? $110,000 annually. And I know most of those guests come from the hotels, Airbnbs, and locals, etc. What are you doing to increase the flow of traffic in terms of doing something different out there to keep it local and keep it in that structurally in that way, but at the same time, how do we attract more individuals to come to Smith Bay Park? Because to me, in my opinion, that beach is better than Megan's Bay. I'm sorry, all the way, hands down. So how do we increase visitors traffic out there? Do you guys have any idea, any outside of the box thinking in terms of how do you get more people out there?
What would be a plus is Smith Bay does not have a concession for food.
You still don't?
No, not at this moment, but we're working on our RFP for a food van to be at that location. But that's one thing that would entice individuals to come.
You say for food vans, local food, because it needs to be different. And we spoke about that even before when you was developing it. It's critical that we get some local food out there, and I think you're going to see a big difference in terms of
That's
the traffic.
understood, Senator.
Okay, very well. Also, let me ask you too, in respect to your revenues, you also spoke to, well, let me go back to your hires. You said you had 6 new hires. The post-auditor report said you had 6 new hires, 1 termination, 1 death. So that leave you to 4. And how much are you short in your lifeguards?
Well, basically, I have 3 full-time lifeguards. I would like to have like at least 7. I'm in the process of onboarding 1, and it's very difficult as far as lifeguards. As far as recruitment, we're doing our best to recruit them, but right now I have 1 onboarding and 1 potential.
How much do you have at Linquist, and how much do you have at Megan's Bay?
Megan's Bay, and in total, as with the part-timers, we have about 8.
Okay, very well. You spoke to the road investment also of $1.2 million. What's the length? Is it more than a mile?
No, it's not. It's less than a mile, half a mile. And that's in the area.
Half a mile?
Okay, you have the right side of the beach, and with the roadway from the bathhouse and beyond, and then you have the area where the taxi stand and shed 2. That is a lot. That's less than about half a mile. But that's a lot of
1 minute?
Remember, you're on the beach, and
I know that. I'm out there all the time.
Yeah.
So my question is it concrete or asphalt?
looking more at concrete.
Oh, that's my point. It should be concrete. That way it will last much longer.
Yes.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to Drake Seed, do you receive any income from Drake Seed? Because I know that's one of the most famous stops that people go and take pictures, etc. And it can use a little sprucing up in terms of aesthetic. Is
30
there any way
seconds.
you guys have the board discuss charging a minor fee for those tourists and those safaris individuals that go up there and take pictures to actually assist and invest back in an area to actually spruce it up?
We will have to look into see, because Drake Sea is similar, that it's not, it is a tourist attraction and visionary, but as far as revenue driven, we have to make sure that is something that is possible. I know that's conveyed in the deed.
Correct, because it's a tight space. It's always packed. You know, safety the issue, and I can
Time.
see money being invested in that area to actually make it more, make it work for the potential that it can be, because it's a beautiful, beautiful area, and I would like to see us actually invest in that area like they did in the other area overlook. But nonetheless, thank you so much for what you're doing. You guys are doing a very good job in terms of revenues, And let's keep it moving and keep on investing in our territory and being creative and being competitive in what we do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I first want to start off asking my first question. You guys are responsible for Linquist Beach, right? Am I correct to say that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I try to find out, I listened to you in your line of question to Senator Blyden about the garbage that's left from Fawkes and Megan's Bay because people come down early. But on Linquist Beach, you have a gate. So there's no traffic after 5 on Linquist Beach. Is it fair to say that?
That is correct.
Why are
There's
we
no-
not doing the same thing with Megan's Bay, whereby we close the gate and it's only walk-in access to go there after 5 and not before you open back up in the morning?
We would definitely have to look into that and the board and see what would be the best solution.
But you do have a gate there. Am I fair to say that you have a big gate?
Yes, we do.
We need to utilize that gate. We need to utilize it because if folks will just keep throwing trash, then you have it just for accessing by foot alone so that cars don't go in and show that trash out there and just mess the beach up. But my biggest question to you is, I have been on Linquist Beach time after time. I go there and there's a group of retirees that's there on the Sunday. I have a wonderful time there, but there's no vendor. The vendors walk up to the retirees and say, you guys are selling food? We said no. And sometimes they give them food. You can't even buy a bottle of water on Linquist Beach. Why are we not trying to put the vendors there to make some money? Because the vendors going to pay you. So you have additional money. Why have we not think about that up to now?
Senator, that is a thought, and as I stated before, our RFP will be going out for a food van for that location to accommodate drinks and local food.
That RFP is already should be out. From my position. Because you guys, a lot of the tourists, them, once Megan's Bay is full, the safari drops off, a lot of people there. Sometimes that beach is just as full as to capacity, but you can't even buy a water. And if we're gonna say that we competed in tourists and we wanna, generate more money, we have to find a way to make sure that when folks come on the beach, that there's some kind of a water, a burger, a grilled chicken, something. But we need to really speed up that process. You spoke about your budget being 4.8. What's your projected revenue for 2027? And are you seeing an increase or are you projecting an increase?
We're projecting a slight increase once.
What type of increase are you projecting?
Our projected income is, excuse me. I just want to make note that the projected income for 2027 is similar to the projected income for 2026. Please note that we received a lot of revenue reimbursement from the bathhouse project, so that money that we spent came in. So it's similar to what I stated earlier, the $6 million.
All right. And now you got some $10.37 million unrestricted. What is the remainder of that funds? What are some of your plans for improvement, or what's your plan with that lump sum of money you have there unrestricted?
1 minute.
As far as improvement, stating the refurbishment and upgrade of our roadway, also with our septic system and bathhouse number 2, also as far as the park benches, the sheds. Of course, the environment is very invasive, so our shed deterioration, we have still a lot of work to do there.
Okay. Now, this is my biggest concern with Megan's Bay. The boats them that are now
30
anchoring out
seconds.
in Megan's Bay. In the past, no boats never used to anchor there. These boats are anchoring there. Who is monitoring these boats? making sure that they're going out the 3 miles to dump their waste, and if they're being charged by Magens Bay Authority for anchoring out there.
No, they're not charged by us. That is DPNR function. And speaking with DPNR, as they stated, they have limited resources and limited individuals to assist in that matter. So that
Time.
is a DPNR situation that must be handled.
But I think you guys need to work closer with DPNR, because those boats that are coming there, if it's not being monitored, your beautiful beach is going to get destroyed, because the number of boats have been increasing out there. And if they're not going out and someone is making sure that they're going past the 3 miles to dump their waste, then we're talking about just messing this beach up. And I'm quite sure some of your trash that are on your beach, they're bringing it in. And if they're not paying you for that trash off, there is again a next revenue. And at some point, the authority might need to look into having some kind of a boat to go out there and start collecting from them, because I guarantee some of that trash that you're picking up coming from them boat right there. Would you agree that some of it comes from them?
We do charge for when the boaters come on shore. They pay a fee at our gate to dispose of their trash.
Yeah, they're coming in 8 o'clock tonight.
Yes, Senator.
By the time they anchor, they should be paying you. That's my position. You don't wait until they bring trash, because there's those that are not going to come and be honest enough to pay you. But once you anchor in your harbor, you guys need to put policies that they're going to pay, because they got to throw the trash someplace. And if you're not collecting from all of them, you're losing money again. But you guys seem to be doing a very good job with your collection and doing well. And I applaud you for what you're doing, and continue doing a good job. But let's make sure that we protect that beach, that those boats that are out there are doing what they need to do. And you might need to invest in a boat. It don't need to be a big boat, but something where your folks can go out there and monitor them and make sure you collect your fair share. I'm going to close up on this. I've traveled to Totola, and the minute you drive in that harbor, those marine unit come and you're going to pay. You ain't going down that beach part to have this jazz fest and so you just parking up and anchoring out there. No, we have to collect. We can't keep letting money fall on the waistline. Thank you very much for all what you're doing down there.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. And point of information, Senator Fonseca, you recognize?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Follow up to the previous senator closing Magens Bay at night. I remember many times I used to take my mother out there to walk at night. So I'd like that beach to remain open at night. Ms. Simon, Director, what's the board's position on the reserves? Is it an unlimited position where the reserves can increase without limit? And also, what are the fees for residents and non-residents, and how do you determine the residents?
The fees for residents is $2. The fees for non-resident is $7. Of course, a resident is a local individual who carries residency and local ID. That is, you get $2, and our $7 fees for visitors.
Okay, so considering the large surplus, would the board consider eliminating the fees for residents, the entrance fees for residents?
All the fees that's for the Magens Bay Authority is collaboratively it needs to run the beach as improvements, personnel, all that funding source that we receive from, we have to maintain it. As far as elimination, today, tomorrow, something happened in the world, how do we maintain futurity in Magens Bay? So our residents use the beach just as much as the tourists. They utilize our sheds, they utilize, so therefore there will be a fee charge. That would have to be maintained.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. General Manager Simon, in regards to KPIs, key performance indicators, what is the mechanism that you utilize to determine the efficiency of the authority? How do you gauge that?
At the moment, Magens Bay doesn't rule by KPIs. We have objectives and goals. Basically, as far as we're maintaining our status, maintaining our revenue, and as far as our employees, evaluations, that's what we utilize to see how progressive we are working.
Okay. And who monitors your goals and objectives?
That would be
The board?
The board.
The board. And any evaluation, I mean, how are you then, based on that, if I had to ask, where are you in terms of your efficiency, effectiveness? How would you gauge that based on the board's evaluation?
As far as Megan's Bay as a whole, I believe we're doing well. We can do better. We just have to upgrade some mechanism to make it work better. As far as, like I said, we're upgrading our computer system, making sure the employees receive proper training, make sure we have proper equipment. So once we have gained and developed that, we'll be at a higher efficiency.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Greetings from the Love City, St. John. Good morning, Ms. Simon. How are you doing today?
Well, and yourself?
I'm excellent. As we talk, I'm glad to hear that you plan to pave that road between Shetuk. I was there up to yesterday, and I was saying, well, buddy, it seemed like Megan's Bay, we're falling off the wagon a little bit. But thanks to hear that. First thing, let me sign the post-audit report. You had an employee that passed, so condolences. You had one death, right? Condolences
Yes,
to the Megan's Bay family.
Thank you.
I have a concern as it pertains. I know when I was serve on the board that one of the things was the concession should have actually been facilitating and serving the entire beach. And there still seems to be a problem with the concession being able to serve people on the lower end, like Shelford, Shed 3, area that fall that furthest end. If that's still becoming a problem, maybe we need to have a conversation with them, amend the lease or something, the contract or something, because we may have to bring a food van in to service that end area. What's your thoughts about that?
It's in the lease that the concession can service the further side of the beach. They are working to find a mechanism in order to have that capability. So it's definitely in the lease.
When they all was bidding, I should say, for the spot to take the concession, they all had a mechanism in place. All those who came before us and how they will service that end, whether it be through technology or runners or whatever. So that shouldn't be a problem now. That part there, we shouldn't be listening to them when it comes to that. It's like, hey, you said you could do this. Let's make it happen. You know what I mean? Sometimes people come all the way down to the end. They are incorrect. You see them hustling, going back up with us. Say, man, you know what? I done here. I'm going to live with what they give me. But people down to the other end would still like to purchase something and so forth. As it pertains to Smith Bay Park, the Linquist Beach, I know one time we were going to have a food van competition or some kind of something that never materialized. I'm not 100%.
To my knowledge, it didn't materialize, but please note that as far as the RFP, there's a lot of individuals have engaged in conversation that want to definitely put a food van out there.
Yeah, and I would say maybe one or two as well, local cuisine, the local stuff, when they had the down period between the previous concession owners and the new concession owners taking over Megan's Bay, we were able to bring some food vans there. And the tourists had like that. They had like that Pate, that Johnny Cake, that Axdale. Those people made a lot of money in that short week that they were there. So we know a food van would work out. So, it's been tried, tested, and proven. So just consider that. And Megan's Bay to the furthest end again, down to that end. And we thought about advancing maybe some children amenities on the property.
There is a section that we're looking at is trying to do like a tot land and for children to play. So that's something that is still in development.
Good. What about this was a thought while I was there. What about internet throughout the park?
We're working on upgrading our system and bringing technology to that further part of that beach.
Yes, I would say maybe we could start out. I don't know. I know Via had given an estimate at the time. We could have maybe free Wi-Fi, and then when we get more in depth, if you want to download stuff or something, we could charge. But charge from beginning is up to you. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Now. We're moving in an age where people are vacationing and still working. So, we need to have different things, amenities. How are we now? Where are we with making the entire beach ADA compliant?
We have, as far as our bathroom facilities, ADA compliant, we have ample of parking spaces. So I feel that in general, we are very
30
ADA
seconds.
compliant.
No, but I mean, there were some other thoughts about, you could move from shed to shed without having, take for instance, someone in a wheelchair. And you come there, you need to get under the shed. How would access points to get a person under the shed and so forth. That's what I'm talking about. I know one time we had the demonstration with people who have challenges that would like to swim and so forth. The different amenities we could put in the water for them.
Well, we
and
have
so forth.
we have ADA, we have mats. We also have 5 water wheelchairs. We have 2 in Smith Bay and 3 in Megan's Bay and Reserve. So we do have the water wheelchairs, the mat. As far as transversing from shed to shed, there's also mats that can be used for individuals in wheelchairs, so they can traverse from one to one. So that's another avenue that we'll look at as far as assisting those with ADA compliance.
Very good. And I really didn't have much for you because I always pay your bills and you do what you have to do. I thank you for what you do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. We'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carlos J. Joseph. Morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Good morning, colleague. Good morning, colleague. Good morning, Testifier, viewing, listener, present. Let me see. Executive Director, do you have a copy of the post-audit report? Good morning.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you have on page 8, the summary. Projected budget totaling $4,796,292. That would be accurate?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. What we're trying to see is, I like personnel first. How is your morale? How is your morale with your personnel? You taking care of them?
Well, I think we're doing a good job.
Okay. I see you went from 16 to 23 now?
16 to 23 to 25, correct.
How many vacancies?
Presently for 2027, 4, but 2026, we filled all our vacancies.
Okay, so no vacancies in 26. Okay, so now, based on page 6 of the post-audit report, personnel services, the lower part, the authority has 23 full-time positions totaling $1,094,000, $94.30. That's accurate?
Yes.
Okay, then you have a breakdown of the positions and the authority as shown. But the graph above it has for personal services budget as of June 30, 2026. Personal services, $1,470,170. Fringe benefits, $493,350. That's about $2.8 million right there.
You realize Senator, we have full-time government employees and we also have part-time employees.
Right, so how much employees do you have?
We have 20, currently right now, as stated, 23 full-time government employees, and we have 37 part-time employees.
Okay. So that's a big difference. It wasn't put in. So in your part-time employees, what do you pay for those? What is their total cost in salaries for part-time employees? Do you have that?
Yes. So as far as my part-time employee payroll is $987,981.21.
Okay, so I'm gonna add the 987 to the 1,094,000, and I'm gonna get the 1,470,170. Is how we're doing it. For personal services, what you have as of June 30th, we adding the 2 to get the 1.4 million.
Okay, Senator, I could give you the numbers as of August 14th. Would that be?
Okay, as of
So
August 14 personnel.
Yes, as of August 14 personnel, for personnel full-time employee with fringe, that's $1,332,894.29. And for part-time employees, that will be 987 million.
987.
Sorry, $981,981.21. So as of August 14th, the total personnel.
987.21.
$987,981.21.
Oh, okay, that's the number. Okay.
And then, so the total personnel cost for full-time
1
and
minute.
part-time will be $2,320,875.50.
Okay, so for that's for part-time
And
full-time.
full-time, correct.
Okay, so then your projection for 27 personal services of 2,167,000 is for full-time only.
30 seconds.
It is the projection for full-time and part-time employees.
Okay, but right now, as it stands, your projection for part-time and full-time is 2,328,7550.
That is the current number now.
Correct.
As of August
And then in the
14th.
post-audit report, projected budget for FY 27, same page 6,
Yes, I'm looking.
right above projected budget is personnel services 2,167,96
Time.
plus the 695,946 would be the fringe.
No, that's the variance. That's variance from June 30th.
No, we're looking at projected 2027 projected.
Correct, I'm looking at that
Personnel and
number.
fringe
Uh-huh, yes,
2,000,001
yes.
and 695 for fringe.
That's not, this variance is not the fringe.
No, you see the fringe right down below it.
Okay,
Right down below it.
Yes,
The variance is
I see it, I see it.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
thank you.
variance is the 696, which is the difference from the June amount.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, you telling me for full and part-time, you're seeing 2,000,003.
Yes,
And in the post-audit report, 2 million, we're looking at about 2,000,008 for personnel and fringe alone projected. That's what I'm saying. Is the
Yeah.
difference I'm seeing in the numbers. Now, I guess I could outrun them again. But before my time was called, so just to wrap up, if I may, Mr. Chair. So the personnel and fringe numbers I like to look over again. So, and again, it's you doing it for your people. But again, like I said, I like personnel to make sure where you're projecting would amount to the same, so they don't get, left in the cold.
understood.
Okay, so then for two things I noticed you have a charging station on the Smith Bay Park, Linquist Beach.
Yes,
For how much vehicles at
it's
one
two.
time? For two?
Yes,
Okay, so do you pay for that?
no. We don't charge for that. That was in a collaboration with the Energy Office. So there's no funding source as far as we're charging or the Energy Office.
Okay, it just seemed like a revenue generator for me. And then in closing would be, you have lifeguards and where Megan's Bay is, Smith Bay Park, in comparison to the hospital. Do you have defibrillators on those beaches and everything?
Yes, we do.
And a full trained personnel to utilize those and all the life-saving measures?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. I want to recognize the presence of committee member, Senator Kurt Violet. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Testifier. Good morning, everyone in and outside the room. First of all, I want to commend the authority, the Megan's Bay Authority, for being fiscally responsible and presenting a really good presentation or testimony before us today. A lot of my colleagues have already asked a lot of the questions regarding finances, so I'm just going to use this opportunity now that you're before us, Ms. Simon, to ask you, I'm going to focus on page 6. You talk about environmental challenges, including invasive vegetation, flooding, severe weather events, and increasing sargassum accumulation. And you do have funds, so I wanted to know, how often do you do, given these challenges that you have with the environment, how often do you do beach nourishment? Because I know that's part of having beaches, and especially where there are such a great number of visitors, besides the fact that we've gone through disasters that have affected the beaches. How often do you do beach nourishment and replenishment, habitat restoration, dune preservation? I know those cost money, but I saw that your testimony really focused on the physical facilities at Megan's Bay and not specifically on funding used for those types of very important environmental activities or restoration that needs to be done.
Thank you for that question, Senator. In regards to vegetation, I have a very highly qualified operations manager by the name of Justin Wheatley, who is a great environmentalist. He loves the beach as far as maintaining the beach, as far as forestry, flowering. We constantly replenish as far as replanting, cultivating. We have a whole section in the back of our area at Megan's Bay where we have tons of pots of plants, because we want to make sure that we introduce and make sure we keep up with what the vegetation that we have. And that's on both sides. So that is done, I could say, all the time as far as that. We just replanted some new floral arrangements in front of our location at the Megan's Bay business office. We also have a garden. So that's a part of our everyday work as far as making sure.
So there's as part of your budget, you have a specific allocation for those types of activities that you just spoke about, or?
That's basically underneath our groundkeeping line item. So,
okay.
So our grounds, you see like underneath our budget, you have like grounds. That is a part of that too.
How much did you have for grounds?
On the grounds, it has $26,034.10.
Okay, that's the grounds. What about the sand and the restoration of the beach itself? How often do you do beach nourishment or replenishment? Based on what I've seen in other areas, they usually do it like maybe every 3 to 4 years.
1 minute.
Do you follow a schedule regarding that?
Basically, I'm not aware of a scheduling, but I do know we, as far as you say, nourishment and shifting of the sand, we do that. Especially with our project at Bathhouse Number 1, because we were able to remove a lot of sand in that area. We moved it across to different areas on the beach that needed to balance out and level out that road.
Yeah, when I use the word schedule, I mean
30 seconds.
knowing that every 3 to 4 years, that is an activity that would be done by the Megan's Bay Authority too. The beach is in fact what creates visitors and also creates revenue for you. So when I said schedule, based on what I've seen from other jurisdictions like South Carolina, North Carolina, they usually schedule beach nourishment, replenishment every 4 to 5 years. So that's what I meant when I said schedule.
Well-
If you actually followed that type of scheduling, I can't find a better word in terms of restoring the beach.
At this moment, no, but I'm quite sure we can incorporate in that into our daily activity and into our maintenance of the beach.
Yeah, I mean, we can't wait until a hurricane comes. I notice a lot of times when hurricanes come, it removes, the beach erodes tremendously, but it's naturally eroding as time goes by. I just have one last question, which is, do you offer any type of like scholarships or awards to students in, for example, or do any type of activities during the year for students like eco art to just stimulate interest in beaches and the natural environment on the island of St. Thomas and specifically Megan's Bay? Do you ever do any of that type of outreach for children? I saw that only like 0.71% of our children go to Megan's Bay, but I was just wondering if there's any type of engagement in terms of scholarships, grants, awards, prizes.
As far as we have University of Virgin Islands that who come and do their different studies and so forth. They just recently had a bat study. They also have vegetation. So as far as with the UVI, there's a tremendous amount of cooperation and studies that they come with, and they also bring younger individuals with them. And as far as scholarship, yes, we do have a scholarship. We'll be, in the coming months, putting that out more for the community. So there is established a scholarship that we do have.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Simon. I appreciate your responses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. General Manager Simon, do you market for destination wedding, hiking trail? Do you have a events planner, first of all?
No, we don't have events planner, but we do market for weddings. We have several publications, St. Thomas Visit. We also have an app, so we do advertisement with various publications.
Who do you consider your stakeholders in this whole paradigm of the authority? I mean, where is the symbiosis? Who are you talking to? You have connection with WICO, VIPA, UVI, Marine Technology, Marine Biology Department. Who's your stakeholders?
All of the above. We was blessed with 2 employees who are graduates of the Marine Biology at UVI. As far as when our board members are in the Department of Tourism. So we have different avenues of individuals that are stakeholders as far as bringing Megan's Bay name out and advertising. So it's like a community-wide and an industry-wide that we have individuals working with Megan's Bay.
That includes Coral World and those other areas
We haven't
as well.
partnered with Coral World. That was probably something we could look into. Yeah. But I definitely know like one of our major stakeholders is the University of Virgin Islands.
Yeah, very well. I think it's important that we have all hands on deck, and when we're having these discussions, just kind of look at the wider community and how the engagement could occur, and that there is a real symbiosis, across the spectrum, to make sure that we're talking the same language. So that is my recommendation. Do you have a season in particular where you see more visitors than others in terms of whether it's local or tourism?
So from November till April would be a high season. From May to present, it's like when it slow down and we see more of the local crowd, and December till April is more of the tourism.
So is there a special catering that's done then to meet the needs of the local versus what you'll do for the tourists?
No, we advertise the amenities all year round, so it's nothing that cease or decrease or incline. We have the same offerings all year round.
Same offering.
Correct.
You don't really have a season then. It's just you just.
We're open 365 days a year.
Absolutely. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm running your numbers. I'm seeing a difference in personal and fringe of $600 and $1,000. And like I said, it has given me antsy. Because the post audit report has, again on page 6, as of June 30, personnel, 1,470,170. Fringe, 493,350. That come to 1,000,009. No, but then you have as of August 14th, personnel and fringe, full time, 1,332,894.
Correct.
So for June, in personnel and fringe, you reported more, 1,000,004. In August, you reported the total of them, 1,000,003. Post-audit report, page 6, June.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, as of June 30, 1,000,004 for personal services, 1,470,170. Fringe 493. As of August 14th, your combined personal and fringe for full time is 332,894.29. Impossible.
Well, Senator, we can revisit those numbers.
Yeah.
I revisit those numbers.
And that's
get
what I
back
say. I
to
just
you.
wanted to make sure we could get that cleared up so
Okay.
your person is taken care of. And but you submitted the one for June, so the calculation difference might be on your end for the total regarding that. Do you have a CFO?
No, Senator.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, Senator College. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, as well as the hardworking people from the Magens Bay Authority, which includes your board. I know some of them have been there for a very long time, and also your employees. Now, I want to commend your 2 employees of the year as well. You had employees of the year?
Yes, Augustin St. Rose, who's our crew ground leader, he was an employee of the year for 2026.
Okay, now tell me, what is the age of your longest employee? I mean, because I'm getting at succession planning, because we are aging population. You want to assure that you would still have the manpower required to work and operate both parks.
Around the 60 to 70 age group.
So some of them in 70s working still?
60 to 70.
All right, good. And that's good that they have the energy and the wherewithal to do that. Now, I want to focus my question on Smith Bay Park, formerly known as Linkwich Beach, which I played a role in the government acquisition of that property way back in 2006 under the Turnbull Richards administration. That's one of the greatest purchases they made, and I was right there lobbying for it, and I'm happy. And it was our recommendation that it goes to under the management of the authority. So I'm glad all of that is happening. But when I went to Linkwist recently, I noted that the 2 sheds, which I want to tell you, it's wonderful. Your staff there is great. They come and they pick up the trash because we were having little parties. And then I went on the other side to see in the other shed how everything was operating. You have a really good staff. But there's no electricity down there. And I don't see, did you include it in your capital projects?
No, Senator.
What is causing you not to have electricity down in Linkwist?
Linkwist is marketed as a more tranquil, laid-back beach. There's a reason, that's why the electricity is not there. It's more of a quiet setting. More, I guess you would call Magens Bay the party beach, but no, there is no plans to put electricity there.
I think that should be reconsidered. People want to enjoy themselves. I mean, the group I was with, they had to do that. What about any water sports activity at Linquist? Is that contemplated? Or are you in discussions with that? Because people want things to do on the beaches.
Well, we will review and look and see what were the best offerings to the beach. I know, like I stated before, we're looking as far as providing food concession. That is another area we can also look at too.
Okay. Yeah. And if you're going to provide food concession, guess what you're going to need? Electricity.
We have electricity.
You have electricity there, but not at the sheds.
Correct.
And so you're going to provide, I think that should be considered and looked at. I also wanted to really commend you on Megan's Bay. Of course, Megan's Bay is one of the gems of the Virgin Islands, but we didn't hit the top 10.
Yes.
St. John hit it, and praise the Lord, St. Croix. Okay,
Yes.
we know St. John is going to hit it, okay?
Yes.
That's a given. But when I saw St. Croix, I was like, hallelujah, praise the Lord. And then I didn't see our
1 minute.
Megan's Bay. What is happening to that? Because we want to make sure that all of them, and then we have to do Honeymoon Beach in Water
Water
Island.
Island, okay.
So all of our virgins, them are the best in the Caribbean region. So how is
Agreed.
it? Yeah, so let me know what you are doing to assure that we are going to be hitting that top 10.
Well, we will review our advertisement, what our beach offerings are, but I just feel that
30
we wanted to
seconds.
give other people opportunity to be in the top 10.
Do you have a vendor who does your promotion? I'm up on your website. I think you could do more. You have a webmaster that you're looking at?
We're working on a vendor to improve and have a more engagement website, so we are working on that.
So by the time next year, God willing, and we are all here, you will have a webmaster who is going to promote Megan's Bay as being one of the gems
Time.
of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to conclude by commending Manager Simon for her diligence and the board diligence in maintaining these two gems of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, and continue to press on and do the good work for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yeah, they're doing so well. I'm considering maybe a little pilot or something, a little small thing to go towards some specific cause. So I'll have some discussion during the markup with my colleagues and see how we could get Megan's Bay Authority to support some major initiative over here that will be beneficial to the people, especially when we talk about beautification of our islands. So that's that's for further discussions. At this time, Senator Kurt Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good
One
morning,
second,
colleagues.
Senator.
Good morning.
One second, Senator Viola. I'm sorry about that. I did have a point of information from Senator Avery Lewis. I forgot that. Let me just go to him real
No
quick and I'll
problem.
come back to you. Senator Avery Lewis, you
Thank you.
recognize. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just really wanted to follow up on a suggestion that Lina, you're talking about a minute ago to Ms. Simon. Ms. Simon, I know that you had opportunity to visit us, C-Trade. And, some of the things is that sometimes we do try to reinvent the wheel and so forth, but there's people out there that does things for us. And Megan's Bay has a product that could bring memories and things. And this is the things that we're talking about for when the visitors come back, so they could have that return investment and, and so forth, and come back to the islands and offer more. Have you ever thought about contracting with one of those companies out there that have packages, that offer packages, because you have your trail, you have different things, you have the beach. I mean, you could have a nice marine package and just being offered out there, marketed, weddings and so forth. I think you charge a fee for people doing weddings on the beach and so forth, a whole destination package. And I think it's time that we bloom and we, just get out there in the market and, promote Megan's Bay. What are the thoughts with the board and you in that realm?
When we had opportunity to reach C-Trade, they basically gave us some ideas and, how they love the beach and what they feel that we can do to improve it. That is definitely a good idea, Senator, and I do appreciate your recommendation. But I also want to state that in order to offer a beautiful package for Magens Bay, we really need to look at the infrastructure and bring it up a little bit more to par to make sure that once we give that package to the person, they're satisfied with all the amenities that we offer.
Simon, I don't see you moving in that direction with the infrastructure. Don't be behind the 8 bar. Let's jump out there. Let's get it going. Both things could happen at the same time. You're a fast thinker. The board is the meet every once a month or something, and you could get this done.
Yes.
Let's not wait and linger and lose these opportunities to other neighboring islands. We're done behind. So let's move forward. And that's my suggestion. Thank you, Mr.
Senator.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Craig Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers.
Good morning.
Magens Bay has been doing a really good job in maintaining that facility for a long period of time, and they have been self-sustaining, which is good. And looking at the numbers, we can see that they're doing pretty well, that their account is definitely looking good, and that there's always a possibility and room to continue to improve. The excursions from the cruise ship, you have a number of excursions on the cruise ship on a regular basis, sometimes thousands of passengers are on the beach. The package that you have is with the taxi association or with the cruise ship directly?
It's with the cruise ship. With the cruise ship,
Okay.
the cruise ship vendor. There were vendors.
So you have the agreement with the cruise ship vendor?
Yes, we have 2 vendors that bring excursions to the beach, and with those 2 vendors that we receive our revenues from.
Okay, and those vendors are who?
They're Chukka and their Virgin Excursion.
Okay, and Cheka is, I think they're in Jamaica and a couple other areas where they have similar type excursions. Are we getting a bang for a buck? We getting what we truly deserve and what we're charging Checker? Have you looked at the cost of the Magens Bay excursion versus what we're charging Checker?
Well, with our vendors, there is basically the entrance fee, but there's always room for improvement and see what better.
Okay, wait, so hold up. So with these, with Checker, what we're charging them is just a $7 per passenger entrance fee?
We receive revenue from the entrance fees.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You definitely need to relook that. You have a safari coming in sometimes or a bus with 18, 20 individuals, and each of those individuals are easily paying more than $80 for that Magens Bay excursion. I mean, the food and everything else that they're dealt with, Checker does that, right?
I'm not sure what that is. I know about the Big Into the Beach excursion. I don't know what the entire package includes.
Okay. I think definitely, you have different levels. You have the locals that pay a smaller fee, and that's definitely understandable. You have those overnight guests and tourists that stay in St. Thomas that come there to pay a fee. But the excursion from the cruise ship, they make a lot on it. And maybe we need to consider raising from $7 to $10 for each passenger on that excursion, which will generate, how much individuals you have coming through the gate on excursions?
An individual taxi could be anywhere from 18 to 25.
No, annually.
Several hundred thousands. I could get that number.
Several
for you.
100,000. So a $3 increase, if you got 300,000, I'll give you almost $1 million. You could easily get $1 million by just increasing to $3. And believe me, a beach of the magnitude of Magens Bay, $10 is cheap. $10 is very cheap. How much do they pay for have you ever done a comparison as what is paid for the beach that is run by the federal government on St. John? What's the entrance fee?
For national,
Or maybe one of my St. Tomian, or if the St. John at large is there to find out what is the cost that they charge to go to Trunk B when the taxi drivers drop them there? That would be a pretty good comparison.
1 minute.
Now, do you believe that the legislature, I saw the senator, heard the senator from Frederick said, speaking about the boats that are using Magens Bay as an anchoring spot. And Magens Bay is a natural bay. Should there be a prohibition on overnight or extended anchoring in Magens Bay, where it is just outright banned? You could come and you could anchor for a day, but you can't be anchored
30
for
seconds.
that no more than 24 hours, and then you got to pull up and you got to leave. Would you be supportive of that?
Senator, definitely if we have the personnel, the training, and the know-how, I could see that progressing, but definitely we need the training, the personnel, and the know-how.
No. Me not saying about training and personnel and know-how. I
But you're saying
about,
if
about them anchoring, the potential that long-term anchoring does to the beach in reference to wastewater and other issues, the anchor in the sand and dragging and moving back and forth. Should they just overall, I mean, it's a natural pristine bay. Do we want to enter into the practice that it's becoming a long-term anchoring spot? Or should we just prohibit that in Magens Bay, because of the status and pristine nature of that facility, that overnight anchoring is limited to no more than 24 hours?
Well, definitely bring that up with my board and see what we would come as regards to that, what their feelings are towards that.
Okay. Now, last question. The far end of the beach, I've always, when you're at the beach and it's a day when there's a lot of people, you know, the bar is filled, the restaurant is filled. Have you looked into small local vendors that sell fried fish and pate and Johnny cake towards the next end of the beach, so individuals that want something to munch on could be able to access food on the next end of Magens Bay and even if the present bar, if they set up a next little remote location, have you considered expanding the number of vendors? And not that they're going to directly compete. I'm talking about small local vendors that sell local products.
The concessionaire that we presently have in their contract where they can extend food to the lower side of the beach. So that is in the works.
Okay, so literally what you're telling me is that they have a monopoly on the beach based on the contract.
They basically got a sole vendor, correct?
Okay, thank you so much. Sole vendor, I remember that sole vendor. When somebody wants to be the only game in town, it creates a number of complexity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator. The late point of information, Senator Blyden, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Edie Simon, in respect to my colleague, the last speaker, when it comes to dragging of anchors, etc., I know I proposed a bill and my colleague sponsored it in terms of areas of particular concern, and that bill came about as a result of after and during COVID, with all the boats were in the harbor and was too close to the shorelines, and the other area on the other side disturbing the environment. I want to say a copy of that bill because it's very important that we protect Magens Bay and other beaches in the territory. So we're talking about Linquist, we're talking about Testifier, we're talking about Vesup and other beaches. So I'm going to say that legislation to assure that we are following the law, but it's very important that we do not disturb those areas. Okay, so I'll send it to you because I know you know. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Any other burning questions from my colleagues? If none, Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to, I got a complaint in regards to in the afternoon time around 5:30. You have individuals that come with these toy power boats that go up and down around swimmers and everything. Has that been addressed?
I have addressed the individual who's running the boats and asked him to cease. Also, the individuals at the beach at that time, they have contacted DPNR in regards to the situation. So yes, I have addressed the individual as far as them moving forward and ceasing it. They say they would do it, but I have addressed it.
Okay, so they have not ceased as far as you know.
From the last interaction, they did.
Okay, so do you have anyone monitoring it?
Security normally passed down that area, and that's how we found the individual.
Okay, because I'm told it's 5:30, 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
He sometimes pushes it to 6:30. Yes.
Okay, so if you could just follow up on that, because again, the hazard to the individuals on the beach versus the environment also.
Understood.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Edie Simon, in respect to my colleague again that just spoke, when it comes to security, how many securities do we have at both Megan's Bay and in the east, Smith Bay Park?
Megan's Bay normally 5 on a daily basis, and Smith Bay 2 to 3 on a daily basis.
And these security, any of them are ex-police officers or retired individuals?
Ex-police officers, corrections, and yes.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. At this time, Ms. General Manager Simon, I'll give you 30 seconds to do our closing.
Thank you, the 36th Legislature. Thank you for the viewing audience, and I want to thank the Megan's Bay Authority, our government board, and thank the individuals, the hardworking employees, my management team who supports me. I am greatly appreciative of all the assistance, all the hard workers, and we will continue to strive to be one of the country's top 10 beaches for 2027.
Thank you very much. And again, on behalf of this committee, we want to thank you for all the work that's being done there. Certainly, your numbers look good. They're trending in the right direction, and certainly we want to come in and support that. So the board's oversight, your work as well. We appreciate the work that's being done there. So kudos from us, and we look forward to our further discussions. Your list of goals that you have undertaken for FY 2027. We look forward to continue to monitor those goals. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block number 2, the West Indian Company Limited, invited testifier, Mr. Joseph Bushelti, Chief Executive Officer. The Virgin Islands Port Authority, invited testifier, Ms. Ava Penn, Interim Executive Director. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the WICO as well as Virgin Islands Port Authority seated at the testifier's table. We'll go quickly to them at this time just to do a mic check and introduction, and then we'll begin with the testimony. Good morning, CEO Bushelti. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Senator.
All right, just introduce yourself as well as I'll have you come to your staff, the CFO, and then we'll come to Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Okay, thank you. Joe Bushelti, President and CEO of the West Indian Company Limited, and to my left is Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer, West Indian Company Limited.
Let's do a quick mic check. Ms. Turnbull.
Charlene Turnbull, West Indian Company Limited.
All right, good. Interim CEO.
Good morning, Senator.
Morning.
Ava Penn, Interim Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
All right.
Good morning, all. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning, all. Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning, Anisaj, Deputy Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning, Diane Richardson, HR Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Good morning, all. Jerome Sheridan, Territory Airport Manager, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Let's get a mic a little bit closer to you, Assistant Director.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Mic check.
Go ahead.
Justin.
Go ahead. All right.
Good morning. Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
Well, thank you. At this time, Shelty, you'll recognize for your testimony. CEO.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee Chairman, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., committee members, senators of the 36th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and everyone joining us today. I am Joseph Bushelti, President and Chief Executive Officer of the West Indian Company Limited, WICO. Joining me today is Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer. Pursuant to your invitation, we are pleased to present testimony regarding WICO's fiscal year 2027 budget, fiscal year 2026 performance, operations, infrastructure initiatives, financial position, industry partnerships, and the outstanding payment in lieu of taxes pilot matter. Since WICO's last appearance before this body, the corporation's executive leadership has remained largely unchanged. The primary transition during this period was the retirement of Mark Sabino and the appointment of Desmond Williams as acting marine manager. Governance has also remained stable under the leadership of Chairman Hugo Hodge Jr., Vice Chairman Vince Richards, and Secretary Roosevelt David. Before discussing WICO's operational performance and financial outlook, it is important to recognize the broader environment in which we operate. The global cruise industry continues to demonstrate remarkable resilience, sustained customer demand, and long-term growth. According to the Cruise Lines International Association's CLIA 2026 State of Cruise Industry Report, global cruise passenger volume reached a record high of 37.2 million in 2025. Nearly 90% of past cruisers indicate that they intend to sail again, representing the highest level of repeat demand reported by CLIA. The continued growth of the cruise industry is also reflected in significant investments by cruise lines in new vessels, enhanced guest experiences, and expanded destination partnerships. These investments demonstrate confidence in cruising's long-term trajectory and reinforce the importance of destinations like the U.S. Virgin Islands with the global cruise ecosystem. The Caribbean remains the world's leading cruise region, accounting for approximately 43% of global cruise capacity. The region continues to benefit from strong consumer demand, diverse island experiences, and its proximity to major cruise home ports throughout the United States. In 2025, the Caribbean welcomed more than 1.25 million additional cruise visitors compared to the previous year, reinforcing its position as a cornerstone of the global cruise economy. Beyond passenger volume, cruise tourism continues to generate meaningful economic benefits throughout the Caribbean. Cruise visitors contribute directly to local economies through spending on transportation, dining, retail, excursions, cultural experiences, and services. Cruise travel also serves as an important gateway to future visitation, with many passengers returning to destinations they first experienced on a cruise. The United States Virgin Islands continues to benefit from this broader industry momentum. According to Caribbean Tourism Organization, CTO, data, the territory recorded 831,690 cruise passenger arrivals during the first quarter of 2026 alone, representing a 68% increase over the same period last year and the fastest growth rate among Caribbean destinations. The performance reflects the strength of the territory's cruise product, the confidence in our cruise line partners, and the critical role facilities such as WICO play in supporting continued growth within the sector. The United States Virgin Islands continues to receive significant recognition with the cruise and travel industry, reflecting the strength of the territory's visitor experience and the important role WICO plays as the territory's premier cruise gateway. In 2026, the territory earned 3 major honors at the Caribbean Travel Awards: Caribbean Cruise Destination of the Year, Experiential Destination of the Year, and New Hotel of the Year. These accolades build upon Porthole Magazine's recognition of the U.S. Virgin Islands as its 2025 Cruise Destination of the Year. As the territory's premier cruise gateway, WICO remains central to the success of the Virgin Islands tourism economy. Today, WICO accommodates more than 53% of the territory's cruise passenger arrivals and 74% of total port calls, underscoring the corporation's critical role in supporting visitor growth, economic activity, and the continued expansion of the territory's tourism industry. The continued increase in cruise activity is translating into meaningful economic benefits for the territory. According to the most recent Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, FCCA, and Business Research and Economic Advisors Economic Impact Study covering the 2023-2024 cruise season, the U.S. Virgin Islands ranks second among Caribbean destinations in average passenger spending at $166 per visit, trailing only Panama. The territory also ranks third in total annual cruise passenger expenditures and second in employee wages, generating more than $258 million in passenger expenditures and providing $124 million in annual salaries. These figures demonstrate the strength of the U.S. Virgin Islands cruise product and, most importantly, the meaningful economic impact cruise visitors generate for local businesses, vendors, employees, and communities throughout the territory. WICO's financial position continues to strengthen, reflecting disciplined financial management, operational efficiencies, and sustained growth within the cruise sector. These efforts have produced measurable results. During fiscal year 2025, WICO generated $9.4 million in revenue, representing a 14% increase over the previous year, while simultaneously reducing operating expenses by 4%. These results underscore the corporation's commitment to responsible stewardship, operational excellence, and long-term financial sustainability. As fiscal year 2026 draws to a close, WICO remains on track to meet its financial projections with anticipated revenues of $11.7 million while maintaining operating expenses of approximately $6.6 million, of which 48% is allocated to personnel. This performance positions the corporation to maintain a strong financial foundation while continuing to invest in its operational priorities. For fiscal year 2027, WICO's budget, approved by the Board of Directors in July 2026, reflects continued financial growth and responsible fiscal management, with projected revenues of $11.5 million, including cruise passenger revenue of approximately $9.5 million. Of the total operating budget, 54% is allocated to personnel expenses and 46% is dedicated to operational costs, ensuring the corporation has the necessary resources to maintain efficient port operations, support increased activity, and advance strategic priorities. The fiscal 2027 budget remains focused on operational excellence, infrastructure needs, and the continued delivery of a world-class experience for cruise partners and visitors. Through disciplined financial management, strategic planning, and continued focus on sustainable revenue growth, WICO is well-positioned to remain financially strong while maximizing its contribution to the territory's tourism economy. Looking ahead, WICO anticipates continued growth in cruise activity, with 362 scheduled vessel calls and passenger arrivals projected at 1.2 million, representing an additional 4% increase over fiscal year 2026. These projections reinforce WICO's importance as the territory's primary cruise gateway and position the corporation for continued long-term growth. To support this growth, WICO continues to prioritize strategic investments that enhance operational capacity, improve efficiency, and create new revenue opportunities. For fiscal year 2027, WICO has identified approximately $1.7 million in capital improvements. The largest of these projects is the modernization of the corporation's water infrastructure, which will improve operational efficiency while expanding revenue opportunities associated with supplying potable water to cruise ships home porting in Puerto Rico. These investments reflect WICO's continued commitment to strengthening critical infrastructure while creating sustainable revenue streams that support the corporation's long-term financial position. Demand for berthing space continues to outpace existing capacity. As cruise lines deploy larger vessels and expand Caribbean itineraries, WICO is increasingly forced to decline cruise calls due to limited berth availability. Expanding berthing capacity remains one of the corporation's most important long-term strategic priorities to ensure the territory can fully capitalize on continued growth within the global cruise industry. The future of WICO remains closely aligned with the continued expansion of the global cruise industry. A critical priority moving forward is the successful negotiation of long-term berthing agreements with our cruise line partners. WICO remains committed to cultivating strong relationships with the world's leading cruise operators, including Carnival Cruise Line, Norwegian Cruise Line, Disney Cruise Line, MSC Cruises, Viking Cruises, Virgin Voyages, Holland America Line, Princess Cruises, Cunard, and several luxury cruise brands. These partnerships are essential to ensuring the territory remains competitive within the global cruise market while maximizing opportunities for economic growth. As demand continues to increase, WICO remains focused on identifying solutions that address capacity constraints and allow the territory to accommodate future cruise growth. The fiscal year 2027 cruise schedule includes 5 first-time calls to the WICO dock: Carnival Festival, Carnival Firenze, Explorer 3, Norwegian Aura, and Seven Seas Prestige. These new calls reflect the continued expansion of WICO's cruise line partnerships and demonstrate the confidence cruise operators have in the U.S. Virgin Islands as a premier Caribbean destination. WICO also remains actively engaged with key industry organizations and global cruise industry forums, including the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, Cruise Lines International Association, the Caribbean Tourism Organization, and Sea Trade Cruise Global. Through active participation in these organizations, WICO strengthens strategic relationships, monitors emerging industry trends, expands regional collaboration, and advances opportunities that enhance the long-term competitiveness and growth of the U.S. Virgin Islands cruise sector. As discussed in previous testimony, WICO remains committed to working collaboratively with the legislature to reach a long-term resolution regarding the payment in lieu of taxes program that addresses both existing obligations and future assessments. Consistent with that commitment, WICO made a $100,000 payment for fiscal year 2026. At the local level, WICO remains focused on revitalizing the Havenside area to enhance the visitor experience, improve operational efficiency, and create new economic opportunities. The continued transformation of Havenside remains an important component of strengthening the territory's tourism product and ensuring the area continues to serve as a welcoming gateway for cruise visitors. Covering infrastructure priorities include continued upgrades to the corporation's water distribution system. WICO is also advancing the lease of approximately 13 acres, including the Liverpool property, the tank yard, and the western portion of the WICO property, which was approved by the Board of Directors in April 2026. Together, these initiatives represent significant investments in modernization, infrastructure improvements, and future economic development opportunities within the Havenside area. In closing, WICO remains committed to the responsible financial stewardship, operational excellence, and strategic investments that strengthen the U.S. Virgin Islands' position as one of the Caribbean's premier cruise destinations. As the global cruise industry continues to grow, WICO is well positioned to capitalize on new opportunities while delivering lasting economic benefits for the people of the Virgin Islands. Through continued partnership, innovation, and investment, the corporation will remain focused on supporting a thriving cruise industry that benefits businesses, residents, and communities throughout the territory. We appreciate the continued partnership of the legislature, our cruise line partners, and the dedicated employees of the West Indian Company Limited, whose commitment and professionalism make these achievements possible. Thank you for the opportunity to present today's testimony. We welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony there, CEO Bushelti. Next, we'll go to Interim Executive Director Ava Penn for her testimony, Virgin Islands Port Authority.
A pleasant good day, Honorable Senator Novelli Francis Jr., Chairman of the Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Greetings are also extended to other committee members and senators present, legislative staff, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Ava Penn, Interim Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Joining me today are members of VIPA's executive leadership team. Assistant Executive Director Bill Rollins, Deputy Executive Director Anis Hodge, Chief Financial Officer Anna Penn, Senior Staff Attorney Vincent Frazier, Director of Engineering Preston Bayer, Director of Human Resources Diane Richardson, Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan, St. Thomas St. John Marine Manager Joseph Cranston, and the St. Croix Marine Manager Mervyn Constantine. As VIPA's fiscal year 2027 budget remains to be finalized and reviewed by the Board of Governors, our testimony today will focus on the fiscal year 2026 financial performance, operational accomplishments, workforce challenges, strategic initiatives, and major capital investments. The Virgin Islands Port Authority is an autonomous instrumentality of the Government of the Virgin Islands that owns and operates the territory's 2 airports and most public marine facilities. Our mission is to provide safe, efficient, and reliable transportation infrastructure that supports tourism, commerce, economic development, and quality of life throughout the Virgin Islands. The fiscal year 2026 operating and capital budget totals approximately $212.3 million, consisting of $136.7 million in capital investments, $73 million in operating expenditures, and $2.6 million in debt service. Nearly 2/3 of the authority's budget is dedicated to capital investments, reflecting VIPA's commitment to modernizing critical transportation infrastructure throughout the territory. Through June 30th, 2026, operating revenues totaled $73.4 million, up about 16% from the prior year. Operating expenses totaled $47.5 million, an increase of just 1.34% over the same period last year. This performance
I'm sorry, can you get that mic a little bit? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Operating expenses, is that better? Total $47.5 million, an increase of just 1.34% over the same period last year. This performance demonstrates continued revenue growth while maintaining disciplined expense control. Year-to-date operating expenses of $47.5 million plus capital expenditures of $11.9 million, total $59.4 million, of which 46.3% is attributed to payroll expenses, 20.1% for capital outlays, 11% for professional and other charges, 9.6% for insurance, 7.02% for utilities, 3.2% for maintenance expenses, 1.67% for materials and supplies, less than 1% for travel and other expenses. Financial reporting and audit status. VIPA recognizes the importance of timely financial reporting and accountability. While the authority continues working to eliminate its audit backlog, I would like to highlight a significant accomplishment during this period. VIPA successfully implemented Governmental Accounting Standards Board Statement Number 87, referred to as GASB 87, regarding leases, becoming one of the first Government of the Virgin Islands entities to implement this complex accounting standard fully. This achievement required a comprehensive review of the authority's extensive lease portfolio of over 100 active leases, including identifying, validating, documenting, and reporting lease-related assets and liabilities. I would like to publicly acknowledge and thank the employees of our Property Management Division. Their hard work, dedication, and countless hours reviewing lease agreements and supporting documentation was instrumental to the successful implementation of GASB 87. I also extend my appreciation to our finance and accounting divisions and financial consultants whose expertise helped guide the authority through this challenging process. Together, they strengthened the authority's financial reporting, transparency, and accountability. At the same time, VIPA acknowledges that it remains behind in completing its annual audits. The fiscal year 2022 audit was issued in May of 2026, and management is actively working to complete the fiscal year 2023, 24, and 25 audits. We anticipate completing the 23 audit before December 2026. These delays have been driven primarily by staffing shortages in key accounting and financial reporting positions, implementation of new accounting standards, the complexity of managing an expanding capital improvement program, and increased federal reporting requirements. To address these challenges, VIPA is recruiting for key finance and accounting positions, strengthening internal reporting processes, utilizing consultant support, and developing an audit recovery plan designed to return the authority to a timely audit cycle. We remain fully committed to transparency, accountability, and sound financial management. Workforce and human resources. VIPA's employees remain the foundation of our success. The authority currently employs 337 active employees, 215 on St. Thomas, 12 on St. John, and 110 on St. Croix. A total of 238 employees are unionized under 6 separate collective bargaining agreements, 4 of which are set to expire on September 30th, 2026. We are actively negotiating renewal contracts with those unions. During fiscal year 2026, VIPA successfully filled 49 positions. Despite these efforts, the authority currently has 84 vacant positions, representing approximately 20% of our authorized workforce. Many vacancies exist in critical operational areas, including airport rescue and firefighting, Port Authority Police, airport security, marine operations, engineering, maintenance, information technology, finance, and auditing. The annual salary value associated with these vacancies exceeds $3.2 million. Several vacancies are in frontline operational and public safety positions essential for maintaining airport certification requirements, maritime operations, and regulatory compliance. VIPA continues aggressive recruitment efforts while providing competitive salaries and benefits. The minimum salary for all VIPA employees is $35,000 pursuant to Act 8995, and the authority continues to fund 85% of employees' single-family medical coverage and 50% of dental coverage. VIPA is a great place to work, and individuals interested in employment opportunities are encouraged to visit our website at www.viport.com. Beyond recruitment and retention, VIPA is committed to developing the next generation of leaders within the organization. We recognize that our long-term success depends not only on maintaining the skilled workforce today, but also on preparing employees to assume greater leadership responsibilities in the future. As experienced employees retire and workforce needs evolve, succession planning has become a strategic priority for the authority. Through training, mentorship, professional development opportunities, cross-functional assignments, and increased leadership responsibilities, Viper is intentionally cultivating an environment that prepares employees for advancement into supervisory, management, technical, and executive roles. We are focused on preserving institutional knowledge, strengthening leadership capacity, and creating a sustainable talent pipeline that will ensure organizational continuity and operational excellence for years to come. While filling current vacancies remain a priority, we are equally committed to investing in our people and developing future leaders who will guide the authority through its next phase of growth and modernization. I would also like to recognize our 2026 Employees of the Year, Mario Pinder on St. Thomas and Mr. Elvis Watley on St. Croix, for their exemplary service, professionalism, and dedication to the authority. Their commitment reflects the caliber of employees who contribute to Viper's success every day. And Mr. Chair, if you indulge me a minute, our former Executive Director, Carlton Dow, always strive to give young people an opportunity, and I wanted to have all of our Viper employees stand, and so that everyone, the senators, can see the future of the Port Authority. And these are the individuals that manage the day-to-day operations. So Viper employees, can you please stand?
And I'll ask for media to, well, they've already done a pan the.
Not one of them over the age of 30. Just joking. But these are the individuals that assist the leadership team, and they work with us day to day. And those are the individuals that we are grooming. So next couple of years, those individuals you'll see sitting here before you in the well. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I'll get into the operations. Aviation Division Operations and Air Service. As of June 30th, 2026, passenger activity experienced declines at both airports. Overall, departures declined by 8%, and arrivals declined by 12% compared to the same period in fiscal year 2025. SICA recorded a 7% decrease in departures and a 12% decrease in arrivals. In comparison, HERA recorded decreases of 11% and 14%, respectively. These decreases are largely attributed to the departure of three air carriers from the Virgin Islands market over the past year: Silver Airways, Frontier Airlines, and Spirit Airlines. Collectively, these carriers provided critical connectivity between the territory and key mainline and regional markets. Their departures reduced seat capacity, flight options, fare competition, and scheduling flexibility for residents, visitors, and business travelers. The impact has been particularly significant for inter-island and regional travel previously supported by Silver Airways, as well as low-cost travel options offered by Frontier and Spirit Airlines. Reduced airline competition can place upward pressure on airfares while decreasing travel convenience for Virgin Islands residents and visitors alike. These market changes underscore the importance of continued air service development efforts and the need to position the territory as a competitive destination for existing and prospective airline partners. Despite these challenges, the USVI remains open for business and continues to be actively engaged with the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism to attract new carriers and expand existing service. The addition of Southwest Airlines, the expansion of United Airlines service, New Breeze Airways routes, and enhanced regional service by Cape Air, Contour Airlines, and Flight Away demonstrate continued confidence in the U.S. Virgin Islands market and represent important steps towards building airlift capacity. Virgin Islands Port Authority Public-Private Partnership, P3. Modernizing the territory's airports remains one of the most significant infrastructure initiatives undertaken by the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Viper continues negotiations with its selected P3 partner, Sky City, to advance the redevelopment and long-term operation of the St. Thomas and St. Croix airports. The proposed partnership is intended to address decades of deferred infrastructure needs, modernize passenger facilities, improve operational efficiency, enhance customer service, and provide the capacity necessary to support future growth in visitor arrivals and economic activity. The project contemplates substantial private sector investment in airport facilities while maintaining public ownership of these critical transportation assets. Throughout this negotiation process, business organizations and community members to ensure transparency and obtain meaningful feedback. VIPA held territory-wide public hearings in July 2026 to receive public comments, address concerns about changes to the proposed rate methodology, and share initial project designs. Once finalized, the project is expected to deliver modern terminal facilities, improve passenger flow, enhance baggage handling systems, upgraded technology infrastructure, expanded commercial opportunities, and critical airside improvements that will strengthen the competitiveness of the U.S. Virgin Islands as a regional tourism and transportation destination. VIPA's objective is to conclude negotiations before the end of 2026. Now I'll go to Marine Division operations. VIPA's Marine Division serves as the backbone of the territory's maritime transportation system. VIPA owns, operates, maintains, and oversees 13 public marine facilities throughout the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts. These facilities support cruise, tourism, cargo, ferry and seaplane operations, commercial harbor activity, military vessel visits, and marine-related economic development. Beyond accommodating passengers and visitors, VIPA's marine infrastructure plays an essential role in supporting residents' daily needs throughout the territory. Virtually all consumer goods, food products, construction materials, medical supplies, fuel, and commercial imports arrive through Virgin Islands seaports. As a result, maintaining reliable and efficient marine facilities is critical to both economic stability and public safety. During fiscal year 2026, the Marine Division continued to prioritize vessel safety, navigation services, port security, dock maintenance, facility repairs, and harbor management activities. Marine personnel coordinated the movement of thousands of commercial, passenger, cargo, cruise, and recreational vessels through territory waters while ensuring compliance with federal maritime regulations and industry safety standards. VIPA's ports also continue to support strategic federal and military operations throughout the year. U.S. military vessels use Virgin Islands marine facilities on multiple occasions, demonstrating the strategic importance of the territory's harbors and reinforcing the value of maintaining modern, resilient port infrastructure capable of serving both civilian and governmental needs. The marine sector's strong performance was reflected in operational and financial results. As of June 30, 2026, the territory had 661 cruise calls and welcomed approximately 2 million cruise passengers, with passenger-related revenue totaling $22.4 million. Cargo vessel activity generated $5.6 million in revenue, reflecting growth of approximately 396,000 or 8% over the same period in FY 2025. These results demonstrate the continued strength of the marine sector and its importance to both VIPA's financial stability and the territory's economic growth. The Crown Bay redevelopment. VIPA continues advancing the Crown Bay redevelopment project through its partnership with Crown Bay Destinations, a special purpose entity created by Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines and Cruise Terminals International. The project is expected to generate significant economic benefits through construction activity, business development opportunities, increased visitor spending, and expanded opportunities for local entrepreneurs, taxi, and tour operators. Crown Bay Destinations is expected to assume daily operations in November 2026. I will now turn it over to our Director of Engineering, Mr. Preston Bayer, who will present VIPA's capital program.
Good morning, all. Preston Bayer, Director of Engineering with the Virgin Islands Port Authority. VIPA continues to make significant investments to modernize and improve the territory's transportation infrastructure. While the fiscal year 2026 budget totals approximately $136.7 million, capital expenditures through June 30th of 2026 have totaled $11.9 million. This variance is primarily attributable to project timing rather than project inactivity. Many major projects are currently progressing through the planning, engineering, environmental review, procurement, permitting, and grant compliance phases before those construction expenditures can be realized. The authority's capital program is supported by both federal grants and legislative appropriations, providing critical funding for aviation and marine infrastructure improvements throughout the territory. As of June 30th, 2026, VIPA has 24 active federal grant awards totaling more than $152 million, with approximately $75 million already drawn to support projects at both airports and marine facilities. These grants fund runway, taxiway, apron, drainage, airport planning, resiliency, and marine terminal improvement projects essential to maintaining safe, efficient transportation infrastructure. VIPA also continues to advance projects through legislative appropriations. As of June 2026, legislative appropriations supporting VIPA's projects total $47.4 million and include investments in the Charlotte-Amalie Harbor Dredging Project, the St. John Multipurpose Facility, Frederickstead Waterfront Enhancements, dredging for maritime access projects, the Lord and Boynes Dock, the Annie Abramson Marine Facility, and other marine infrastructure improvements throughout the territory. These projects are in varying stages of development and implementation. Several of these projects are substantially complete, while others are currently advancing through design, permitting, procurement, as well as the construction phase. As these projects progress, expenditures and grant drawdowns will increase significantly. We've included a presentation of project status of all of our critical construction projects that are going throughout the territory.
Is that by video? Or?
We had submitted the presentation as a part of the testimony.
Very well. Media, are you prepared for that to be viewed at this time? The committee stands at recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on record. At this time, media, you could go ahead and roll the video. Is there a voice, or are you going to narrate?
I'll be narrating. Thank you. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering for the Virgin Islands Port Authority, providing a capital projects update of the Port Authority's major projects that are currently underway. Next slide, please. VIPA's capital projects program is funded by facility users' fees and rents, federal grants, federally approved passenger facility charges at the airports, legislative appropriations, and partnerships with our private sector partners. Several projects are moving through design, permitting, procurement, and construction, with major milestones on the projects presented here today extending through 2027 and 2028. We currently have over 60 active projects in all of those phases. Next slide, please. And of all of those, our projects here at a glance across the territory, we're currently working on 17 active construction projects. And of those 17 projects, 7 are currently in their closeout phase. And as I mentioned, the other projects are in their planning, environmental, permitting, and design phases that the team continues to work on. Our active construction project funds that are obligated is $198 million. And of that $198 million, roughly $65.9 million of that is for projects that are currently in their closeout phase. Next slide. Starting off with our aviation projects. Next slide, please. We have our updated airport system master plans, which is a 20-year planning effort that covers infrastructure use, land use, traffic forecasts, demand capacity, stakeholder outreach, and federal airport layout plan requirements that are going on simultaneously at both airports. We will be holding public hearings in the coming months to gather input, which is a crucial and critical part of developing these 20-year master plans. We'll be publicly announcing those dates here in the coming weeks as well. Next slide, please. At the Sierra Leone King Airport in St. Thomas, we have the Runway 1028 Rehabilitation Project, which is a $26.8 million project currently being constructed by Island Roads Corporation. This includes the navigational aids relocation, the upgrade of our shoulder lighting system, as well as a full runway resurfacing and asphalt. The NavAids work, which is the work that is progressing at most right now, is anticipated to finish in November 2026, followed by FAA Flight Check, a critical FAA activity that ensures the navigational aids are able to be utilized by aircraft, with that check occurring in December of 2026. And the runway pavement component of this project is expected to resume in October 2026 and finish in March of 2027 with the current overnight closure schedule that's occurring on a nightly basis. VIPA also conducted an additional $1.3 million worth of geotechnical work that identified additional pavement issues and informed design changes into this program that are going to address underlying deficiencies in the runway so that we avoid those types of unexpected closures that the territory and the traveling public have been facing for the past 2 years. Next slide, please. This is just an image. Again, the project is ongoing with this project with our local contractor, Island Roads Corporation, at a cost of approximately $27 million. Next slide, please. This is just an overview of the Sierra Leone King 1028 runway. Again, the full width, full length resurfacing, around 7,002 feet of asphalt will be being placed down here. Next slide, please. Continuing our projects at the Sierra Leone King Airport, we have the construction of a temporary aircraft rescue and firefighting station as the Isaiah Timmy Phillips Airport Rescue and Firefighting Station has some health and safety concerns as well as some structural upgrades that need to occur. VIPA has renovated an existing building to move our ARF station into as a temporary while we plan to build a brand new ARF station. So we've submitted our federal grant applications that cover 90% of the construction and engineering costs during construction for that new station. We utilized the contractor Energy Efficient Builders. This was a $430,000 project. Next slide. We also, at the Sierra Leone King Airport, have the terminal HVAC system upgrades. So we've rerouted ductwork, installed 6 7.5-ton supplemental cooling units, and repaired one of our existing 400-ton chillers, while also working to add air curtains at all gate doors to reduce the cooled air loss. We've also put out an invitation to bid to replace the damaged 400-ton chiller, with bids being due back today. The terminal's air conditioning system will also be replaced in our future terminal developments under the Public-Private Partnership Initiative. Next slide. $17 million project entails rebuilding all of the concrete pavement in front of the cargo facility and Hurricane Hunters facility that's been in service for more than 50 years. During the course of construction, we encountered a historic fuel system as well as fuel spilling into the ground. This put the work on hold, and we've been working with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources as well as the Federal Aviation Administration for those remediation approvals. So we just received those approvals within the last 2 weeks. So with that, those approvals in hand, we anticipate that this project will close out in Q1 of calendar year 2027. Next slide, please. Similar to St. Thomas in the terminal, the Henry Rolson Airport, we are also working on HVAC upgrades there. Procurement is underway for the demolition of one of those 200-ton chillers at that facility. We've also put out procurement opportunities for the replacement of chiller pumps and repairs to the chiller support system. And then also additional HVAC work at the air traffic control tower, which is owned by VIPA. Next slide, please. Switching over to our marine projects across the territory. Next slide. We have what we call our CHART program, which is our USVI Marine Strategic Plan. We've been conducting strategic planning exercises for the future development of the authority's maritime assets across the territory, which is very similar to the master planning efforts at the airports. We've recently completed public open houses that introduced the concept of our comprehensive harbor advancement and resilient transformation, or CHART, which will guide the organization's priorities for the coming years. This includes assessing current conditions, market demands, infrastructure upgrades, and facility improvements to enhance the territory's economy. Next slide, please. If you're interested in learning more about our CHART and our CHART public meetings, we do have more available information on our website. And those public meetings were held in May, and we are anticipating additional public meetings at the beginning of 2027 as well. Next slide, please. As a part of the overall program for our strategic planning, we also took a look at our existing assets by doing an above and below water structural inspection of all VIPA-owned waterfront assets, which was the first stage in that strategic planning process. So that set the baseline for necessary investments to extend the life of VIPA's existing marine infrastructure. The findings necessitated 7 high-priority projects, which we've just completed the designs on. To further support the planning effort, we've completed these enabling projects for better development alternatives. And then as a part of this process, we've also put together the comprehensive asset list. We have ongoing non-destructive capacity testing for all mooring equipment and infrastructure across the territory, and have some upcoming bathymetric surveys across the territory's waterways to address future and current dredging needs. Next slide, please. The harbor will be dredged to deepen the entrance channel to minus 40 feet to accommodate larger cruise vessels to call into the West Indian Company Limited's dock. This is all to remove sediment deposits from vessel movement, storms, runoff, and to deepen existing channels. So that dredging contract has been executed with Orion Marine Construction to the tune of $41.9 million. We have issued our administrative notice to proceed. We have received their application for mobilization payment, and dredging is anticipated to begin within the next 60 to 90 days and be completed in 1 year. Next slide, please. Also, as a part of the Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging project, we have the dredge material storage location, which is at the former Cancrine School property. So we initially advertised the dredging project back in December of 2024, but we didn't receive any bids. So following that unsuccessful procurement, we did reach out to all interested vendors and talked through what some of those problems were. One of the main problems that was identified by potential bidders was the demolition of the former Cancrine School. And so what we did was separate the demolition and the dredging projects to try to get bidders back involved on the dredging side. So the former Cancrine School demolition was awarded to custom builders in the amount of $2.527 million, and they've been progressing on that project accordingly, with the completion expected at the end of 2026. That property will then be used to store dredge material from the harbor project and later developed to further augment the cargo port in Crown Bay. Next slide, please. So this is a before image of the Cancrine property, again being abated and demolished by custom builders. Next slide, please. And here are some active projects from active photos from the demolition project that is continuously ongoing. Next slide, please. So another key project that the Port Authority is working on here in St. Thomas is the Crown Bay Cargo Port Improvements Project. So that is a $22.7 million construction contract with Island Roads Corporation. Construction began in June of 2026 and is expected to continue for 2 years. This project is supported by the United States Maritime Administration under the Department of Transportation and VIPA's private sector partners, Tropical Shipping and Crowley, who have provided VIPA's 20% local match to fund this project. Next slide, please. Over on the island of St. John, we have the Lord and Elboyne Senior Dock. This dock was recently renovated with a canopy extended over the south side of the dock as well, using funds appropriated by the legislature via Act 8401 and 8644. Resurfacing, canopy, restrooms, electrical room, cannon relocation were all completed, and this project is complete. Next slide, please. However, during the course of construction, and as we mentioned from those structural inspections, this is one of those key projects of the first 7. This is the highest priority. So the traveling public is still experiencing disruptions, with a portion of the dock being closed due to the condition of the facility. So we have completed the design, and we've received our permits from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, as well as the Coastal Zone Management Commission, to begin repairs to the structural pile caps at this facility. So the procurement of that project is currently underway. Next slide, please. We also have the St. John Community Park, or the multi-purpose facility over in St. John. So the VIPA team has completed 65% design for the entire multi-purpose facility at Enide Pond. We are working with the Coastal Zone Management Commission to permit this project. In total, we have appropriations of $10.4 million for design and construction from the legislature, but escalating construction costs in the territory will require a phased implementation approach. Next slide, please. We also have the Cruise Bay Fishermen Facility set to take place in the creek. So the design for this facility has been completed and funded via Act 8515, an appropriation from this body. Permitting for construction is currently underway. We have received our Historic Preservation Commission approval, and we have had a pre-application hearing with the Coastal Zone Management Commission in St. John. So additional funding may be required for this construction to move forward, especially pending U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permitting. Next slide. Over in St. Croix at the Annie Abramson Marine Facility, we have the South Tender Landing Pier repairs. So the reconstruction of this service pier was completed and reopened in March of 2026, which was funded via Act 8447. And the legislature has also appropriated an additional $5 million to support additional renovations and enhancements at the Frederiksted Pier. Next slide, please. And so the first step in those enhancements at the Frederiksted Pier are the Frederiksted Waterfront Master Plan, which is putting together a comprehensive waterfront plan in Frederiksted. So we have met with community groups, government agencies, as well as Frederiksted residents to talk through priorities and establish what the infrastructure improvements in Frederiksted may look like and what those $5 million in funding will support in design and construction projects. Next slide, please. We also have at the Wilfred Bomba Alec Port and Transshipment Center in St. Croix, over in Crouse Lagoon, the modernization and reconstruction project of this port, very similar to the one going on in Crown Bay. The Maritime Administration has selected VIPA for a $22.4 million grant to reconstruct and modernize that facility. Similar to the project here in St. Thomas, Tropical Shipping has provided the matching funds for this grant. Excuse me. VIPA is currently completing the pre-award National Environmental Policy Act process and advancing our designs to 95%, with construction expected to begin next year. Next slide, please. And so as we talk through all of these projects, we have some key upcoming milestones, which is the bid replacements for the Sika chiller being due back today. Sika runway paving expected to resume in October of this year. The NAVAID work anticipated to be complete in November, and the FAA flight check with the NAVAIDs in December. We also are anticipating to have the temporary ARF station operational, the Cancrine demolition complete, and then expecting in Q1 of next year to complete the runway paving as well as the Henry Rolson Airport apron reconstruction, and then start work on the Wilfred Bomba Alec container port the following quarter. Next slide, please. So across the board, VIPA is advancing a broad portfolio of aviation and marine infrastructure projects across the territory. The work addresses immediate operational and safety needs while also planning for long-term capacity and growth. Projects range from our emergency short-term facility improvements to multi-year capital investments and 20-year master plans. Federal funding, legislative appropriations, VIPA resources, and private sector partnerships are key to implementation. And community engagement remains an important component of master planning and waterfront development to the authority. And that completes my presentation on our active construction projects in the territory.
All right, thank you, Preston. In closing, Chairman Francis and Senators, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. The Virgin Islands Port Authority remains financially stable and operationally resilient. While we continue addressing workforce shortages, audit backlogs, airline service reductions, and aging infrastructure, we have also achieved meaningful progress through strong financial performance, record marine activity, successful implementation of GASB 87, expansion of air service, and advancement of transformative infrastructure projects. The authority remains committed to transparency, accountability, and strategic investments that strengthens transportation infrastructure, support economic development, and improve the quality of life for the people of the Virgin Islands. I would like to thank the members of the 36th Legislature, the Brian Roach administration, and the VIPA Board of Governors for their ongoing support of the Port Authority. Last but not least, a heartfelt thank you to all VIPA employees for their dedicated service and support in keeping our port safe and functional. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Interim Executive Director Penn, for your testimony. The Virgin Islands Port Authority remains financially stable, operationally resilient. From that backdrop, we'll begin our robust discussion this afternoon on both WICO as well as the Virgin Islands Port Authority. But before I do that, I want to recognize the presence of non-committee member Senator Clifford Joseph. Good afternoon, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. So I too want to recognize the Employee of the Year, Mario Pender, as well as Elvis Watley, for being recognized as the Employee of the Year for the Virgin Islands Port Authority. It's always commendable when our employees go above and beyond, and we want to give kudos and recognition to them as well. I wanted to start off with WICO, first of all, in regards to your revenues. Can you, again, put on record your revenues for FY 2026 thus far?
Year to date, I'm going to ask Ms. Turnbull to answer.
Good morning, Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer. Revenues to date, which would be as of
You
June,
gotta get a little bit closer to the mic. Maybe you could push your computer over a little bit. Yeah.
as of June 30th, 2026, is approximately $9,744,487.
And what's your expenditures year to date?
The expenditures year to date is approximately $6,405,609. And that would be as of June 30th, 2026.
Very well. And outstanding vendors payment. How much do you have in outstanding vendors payment?
So we really don't have any outstanding vendor payments at this point.
Excellent. Are you up to date with your WAPA payment?
Yes, sir.
Very well. Any how much vacancies do you have?
2, sir.
Two vacancies. Capital outlay expenditures for FY 2026.
Capital projects for 2026, or for 2027, budgeted for 2027, is that what you wanted?
No, I wanted your current,
Current
capital
budget?
outlays,
Okay, thank you.
expenditures. And while you're looking for that, I just want to extend kudos as well for your major honors that you've been recognized for during that time. CEO Boshalte, how have the dredging concern or the dredging challenge impacted you at WICO?
We don't have any direct loss of cruise ship business to date. However, it is a concern of our cruise partners because of they also see the sonar readings when they come in to down the channel. The good news, as Mr. Preston just spoke about, is we see progress, which is good. Contract has been awarded. We expect work coming up in the next couple of months. So we share that feedback with our cruise partners, which eases their concerns in the short term.
And obviously, the timeline that have been established, you think that's fair, reasonable? Is there an opportunity, Preston, to advance any of that timeline?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. The timeline that has been put together has been developed based on their expected production rate in terms of the amount of cubic yards of sand they're able to dredge on a daily basis. We have discussed with them about the potential of additional equipment. They have enough equipment to meet that production schedule. They won't commit to a faster timeline, but we would anticipate kind of the nature of the business is getting in, getting things done quickly, getting out so that they can move to the next project. So we will monitor progress and make sure everything progresses appropriately. And a lot of that comes down to making sure their invoices are paid timely as well.
And is there conversation being had in respect to any other dredging that needs to be done in the territory during the time that they're here?
Yes. So we have 4 other dredging projects currently under permitting with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. That includes cargo port maintenance dredging here in St. Thomas in Crown Bay, improvements to the West Gregory navigational channel, also in Crown Bay, some maintenance dredging around the Austin Bay Monsanto cruise berth here in St. Thomas, as well as the cross-channel Crouse Lagoon, some dredging activity over in St. Croix. So we're currently permitting all of those projects with the Army Corps of Engineers. We have our issued for construction permit sets, our construction sets ready to go once those permits are in hand, both from the Corps as well as the Coastal Zone Management Commission.
Very well, excellent. You got that figure for me, CFO?
Yes, sir. 305,477.
Thank you. And if we could go to Port Authority real quick in terms of revenues, expenditures, year to date.
Good day again. Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. As of June 2026, our revenues is 73.4 million, or total expenses
Can I get the exact amount, please?
73,410,951.
Okay.
Our expenses is 47,483,132. And our capital expenditures is 11,938,587.
Do you have any outstanding vendors payment?
No.
All paid up to date. Whopper bill, Whopper. Government employees, retirement system, BIR, everybody's paid up to date?
Yes, sir. We pay every 2 weeks.
Any judgment or pending against the Port Authority?
No.
Any vacancy savings? I think you identified $3.2 million in vacancy that you have. Is that being recorded as savings?
There is a few savings. We are though looking, we are allocating some of them because we have some hard to fill positions. So we are moving around. We're hoping that some of those will come into play before the end of the year.
What's the challenge with your vacancies? Skill set? What is happening?
Good afternoon, Diane Richardson, HR Director. Most of our vacancies, I would say, would be in law enforcement. I think it's the time that it takes for the academies to begin. We had at least 3 individuals vested, ready to go. And by the time we found out the academy was ready to start, they had found other positions. Also, we're seeing our custodian positions are also hard to fill, although the minimum wage has increased to $35,000.
Still a challenge. You have any federal funds in jeopardy? Spend? Oh.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. We have around $66 million in federal funds that are pending receipt and pending action. We have one set of grants that has a federal obligation deadline of September 30th. The permitting timelines that we've seen from the Army Corps of Engineers have been a challenge in getting that one grant finalized, but we are working steadfastly with the granting agencies on that one to prevent any expiration of federal funds.
So is there an opportunity to get an extension, or you believe that you're going to lose that money?
I believe we are working diligently as we now have the Army Corps of Engineers understanding the timeline associated with that project. So their action actually occurred this morning and is now in the court of another federal agency for response. But we've taken every action available to us, including changing the procurement type and project type to get that grant executed and across the finish line.
Very well. I'm going to open up the floor at this time to my colleagues for a 6 minutes round. Same question in regards to WICO in terms of federal monies. Do you have any federal monies that may be in jeopardy?
No, we have federal monies that we have, but we are in discussions with ODR and a couple extensions and some smaller grants. But for the most part, we are up to speed on where we are.
All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues. Again, listening, viewing audience, the wonderful officer Hubert Frederick and central staff, the best employees in the government. Welcome, CEO Busholti. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks.
And Interim Director Penn, how you doing today? Good day.
I'm great. How are you?
Excellent. So I want to first thank both of you guys. You're doing a great job. I know it's not easy given the financial constraints that we're dealing with, but we appreciate what you and your team are doing. And I wanted to start off with Mr. Busholti. Let's talk about some numbers here. In reference page, you don't have your testimony numbered. So the appendix where you have some financial information, whatever page that would be.
Yes, sir.
I was trying to come up with your depreciation expense. How much is your depreciation expense?
Let me ask.
I see where it says operating expenditures with depreciation was $8,469,556.
Yeah, I think it's a little over $1 million, but I'm gonna ask Ms. Turnbull to give the exact number for the. You talking about fiscal year 2027, Senator?
Correct.
Depreciation is $1,608,688.
Okay, so in reference to your pilot, and I want to appreciate your efforts, sir. You're a man of your word. You said that you were going to deal with it once you got in, and you've done so. I appreciate you following through. When was that paid?
That was paid last week, I believe. So I think we sent it into the Department of Finance so we could follow up to make sure and confirm it was received, but just last week.
Okay. Awesome. All right. What I was looking at your EBITDA, your earnings before interest, taxes, and depreciation, amortization. What did you put in there for taxes? What was that number that we used?
You want to answer, Ms. Summer?
700,000.
700,000. Okay. So the reason I'm asking this is I was hoping that would be a little somewhere close to that number when we did our pilot payment. But I appreciate what you've done so far, and next year I'm going to ask you the same question. So you know what I'm looking for.
Yes, Senator.
With respect to, excuse me?
No, sorry. No, yes, Senator. We hear you and we understand.
Okay. With respect to the assets that you have that are not performing, I wanted to talk about that because in your testimony you said that there were some leases that you finally have gotten under contract. What type of revenues are we anticipating that will be generated from that?
Okay, so we have properties and ground leases that we have on property that are currently executed, and then we have roughly 13 acres of property that are under appreciating right now because we don't have them in use, and we put out a bid that we received bids on last week for those properties. So it's roughly 13 acres on the western end of the property that we're waiting to evaluate the bids on. And then with regards to our lease properties, I think Ms. Turnbull could give you the number that we have budgeted for fiscal 27 in terms of revenues.
The budgeted amount for rent for 2027 is 1.1 million, 1,163,136.
Okay. And what's the lease term on those?
It varies, Senator. So the Yacht Haven lease is 40 plus years, and then most of the others are roughly 5 years and under.
Okay, 60 months. I wanted to go to the post-audit report real quick, page 4, some federal grants you have received. See, there's some benefits in being a public company, but privately ran. You still get federal funds. So let's see here. It says Catherine Berg. We're still. You were awarded $1.25 million, and as of today, you have not spent anything on that project.
Yes. So we have re-engaged in
30 seconds
in conversations to bid the project. We were back and forth with FEMA and ODR and the architect on what needed to be done and the total amount of money. We expect that project to move forward more expeditiously now that we have a firm number from the FEMA grant, and we have identified our match so that we could proceed in the bid process.
Time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Penn, if you would, I've got some quick questions, Mr. Chair, if I could just finish up real quick.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you very much. I wanted to talk about your federal grants too. That I've noticed we've got some expired grants, page 7 of the post audit report, and we still have substantial balances on these federal grants. EDA, HURA terminal at $7 million was awarded. You drew down 3.2 million, and there's still 3.7 million, but the grant expired back in 2022. And I understood Mr. Byers, Engineer Byers said we only had one grant that was in jeopardy of being expired, and I see 7 here.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator Frederick, that particular grant, we have been working with the Economic Development Administration to get the drawdown. Very similarly, we received in June of 2026 a roughly $17 million payment from them for the construction of the Parking and Transportation Center, the grant immediately above that. So we've been working with them to close those out and receive those federal funds. At this point in time, we don't believe that to be at risk. That is an outstanding obligation of the federal government to the Port Authority.
And for the last, you have 6 more. You've got one from the FAA. Well, all the rest are from the FAA, actually.
So these other grants, the way that the federal funding works for the FAA is significantly different than from the other federal agencies under their airport improvement program. So a lot of those funds end up being non-recoverable. So we will issue those grants under discretionary amounts, and then depending on the project scopes that then get approved after the fact, they won't move forward. So it's not a loss of federal funds per se. It's the project has completed and it wasn't going to cost the entire amount of the allocated funds. So those
great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was hopeful about that. Thank you. Appreciate the extra time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Mr. Boshelta and his whole team, and also Ms. Penn and the whole team, colleagues, the listening and viewing audience. Okay, quickly, first of all, I have to say congratulations, Mr. Boshelta. And, I have to say this because, what a difference a year make, because this legislature has been talking about that pilot, and now you come here, your first, real year, and you've already made a payment, $100,000 to the pilot. Of course, it's not enough because you're saying your revenues is 9.7 million and your expenditures is 6.4. You have a depreciation of 1.6. So it's still about $1.8 million that you could have been a little bit more generous, but I ain't gonna complain too much. Next year, I'll ask you the same question. Hopefully, we'll want some improvement. Okay, I got some quick questions here. Preston Byer, I did some, or Miss Penn, I don't know who's going to answer, but I did some comparison, right? The Cyril King Airport, you say the CEKA or something like that. Well, how do you abbreviate it? SECA. I like Cyril King Airport. We can identify to that. So you had 907,000 plus emplanements and 919,000 deplanements for more or less 1.8 million passengers. I compared it to the United States. There's only one airport that's in Wilmington that does it. They have 1.6 million. But they only do it with one, we only do it with one runway, and they do it with 2 runways. So, community, you can see how busy the Cyril King Airport, the CEKA Airport is. Of course, I continue to push. I think the runway should be expanded to 10,000 feet because, as we know, even if a little plane get a flat tire, the airport is closed. So we have to continue that discussion because the federal government will, have to give us some money. But the administration, I think, probably might be, lenient to that, considering the alternatives. So I wanted to ask you, Mr. Boshelta, going back, how did you determine the $100,000 pilot payment?
Yes, Senator. So we are finally moving into a better fiscal situation. One of the things I would like to say is that, as we all know, we're in hurricane season, and WICO is completely self-dependent. So we tried to build our reserves that were used up significantly during the COVID period. For that period, just as a quick reminder, we didn't have any ships for 18 months. So the fiscal situation was worn down. So one of the things that we are trying to do is build back up our cash to use in case something happens that we have to expend capital quickly to get back in position. With that being said, Senator, our plan is to get a number that is more reflective of a $10 million, $11 million company, and not a company that makes much more with regards to the $700,000 that's required by law. So that's the real reason. We're just trying to build back up our cash reserves to protect against a natural situation if it happens.
Okay, I can respect that. Okay, so the 8.6 million in restricted cash, 2.7 million in unrestricted. Those are the numbers, right?
Correct. So the 8.6, just for context.
Hold on, I didn't ask my question yet. Okay. So what is the restrictions that apply to the 8.65 million?
Yes, Senator. So those restricted cash flows are tied directly to our long-term debt. So we have a couple buckets where we have a period of time where we have cash reserves set aside for interest payments if we were in default. We have another set of cash that's set aside in a bucket if we miss covenant and we have to put up additional dollars. So the bulk of the restricted money is for the bond deal.
Okay, good. I like how WICO is being run now. Very transparent, and you can see it's some results. I want to go quick to the Port Authority. So
1 minute.
You report 73.4 million revenues. You got 47.4 expenses. You got almost 12 million in capital. So what is the maximum annual debt service financing obligation the Port Authority expects to incur as a result of the airport modernization project?
Anna Penchie, Financial Officer on Virgin Islands Port Authority side. It will
30
be zero.
seconds.
I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
It will be zero.
0. Okay, good. So ultimately, do you expect any of that to be passed directly through airlines or passengers through airport fee increases? Do you have the actual dollar amount?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Okay, so the question is
Time.
what, Mr. Chair, can I? So the question is what is the maximum annual debt service financing obligation WIPA expects to incur as a result of the airport modernization project? You said no. So do you expect that any fees will be increased additional to the passengers and also the risk to the VI government if your passengers decreases?
Senator, the Port Authority does not have control over what the airlines charges to passengers.
So there's some circumstances where the VI government may be required to subsidize that agreement. Do you see any possibility?
Not at this time, Senator. We are still in negotiations with our P3 partner, and those have not been finalized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. I'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee members, Senator Kenneth Gittins, as well as Senator Milton Potter. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. At this time, Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Again, to my colleagues, good afternoon. CEO Boshelter and Interim Director Penn, and thank you both for your testimonies. We know that both WICO and Viper manages public transportation assets that are very critical and central to our economy. And today I want to hear the plain number in respect to both of your operations. In respect to WICO, your tax application, and whether Viper's airport plans remains affordable in a rapidly changing travel market. But both of my colleagues really addressed my concerns with the post-auditor's report. But let me ask quickly though for WICO. In respect to the post-auditor's report on page 4, I would like to get to the chair in respect to the submission that you submitted. It didn't have the contractual amount. It have exactly what it's for, but you didn't have the amount. So if you send it to the chair, I'd appreciate it. And also on page 5, also you have like the music shop and the Watergate, Benny Iguana, the contract, but you did not have how much the contracts were for. If you can provide that to the chair, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Or do you have it? Do you have those amounts now?
I don't think we have them here.
Okay, very
but
well.
we could send them in.
Very well.
Okay.
And also for WICO, both of my colleagues asked most of my questions, really. But let me ask you in respect to your operation. And you spoke to my colleague spoke to the EBITDA, that you call it, the
Yep.
EBITDA.
Yep.
Okay, and the projected 4.65 million, and they both spoke about the pilot. I kind of have an issue with that also, because based on your testimony, you projected 11.7 million in 26 revenue against 6.6 million operating expenses, but for 27 you report that you estimate $8.5 million in restricted cash and restricted cash of 2.7. That WICO need to be a little bit more. That payment, the pilot need to be a little bit more. Based on your numbers, based on your own numbers, I think that the payment need to be a little bit more. So what's your estimate for 27 in pilot? What do you estimate paying the government?
Well, Senator, I mean, I want to keep it in context, right? So the 8 million we have is restricted. So we don't have access to the 8 million. It's tied up with our bond deal that we needed to fund the operation. And then we have
So long. Go ahead.
Then we have 2.7 million in cash, right? But we operate independently, right? So we don't receive any money from the government. We don't receive any money from anybody. So if something happened in the hurricane season, we need to have a cash reserve to exist and continue to allow ships to come in. You know, we had a hearing with Senator Fredericks where we sent in a number that we think we should be able to pay somewhere between $100,000 and $250,000 based on cash flow. That is fair to the company, right? Now, if we were collecting the rents from the Havenside Mall, then we would be able to pay $700,000, but we don't collect the rent, right? That goes to GRS. So we just collect what we collect in our business.
Okay, very well. And you spoke, and you always speak to, and I appreciate it, visitor's experience, right? And you spoke to the 53% increase in arrivals, etc. Speak briefly and quickly about the 1.7 water infrastructure. What is that?
Yes, so with the rebound in home porting business from Puerto Rico, the San Juan ports, we find many of the ships that come to us purchase water for the ships. And as a direct result of that, we have working on a project to improve our pumps and pipes running from our facilities so we could offload more water per hour than we do right now.
How much is that investment going to cost you? And what the return on the investment also?
Yeah, roughly somewhere between $700,000 and $800,000, we think.
And how much can you see your return on investment for that?
Right now, we receive, Ms. Turner, correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere around $300,000 in revenues. But it's bigger than just the revenues. It allows ships that would call on us because they have the opportunity to purchase water that we receive as well.
Correct. Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that. I look forward to that also. Ms. Penn, in your testimony, you spoke to the decline of 8%.
1 minute.
Departure and arrivals declined 12% on St. Thomas and 14% on 14%, and St. Thomas arrival fell by 12%. And you spoke to several other airlines that have left, right? So after counting those situations, the routes, etc., and we know that nothing has been announced for October to December. So
30
do we know how
seconds.
much seats we have lost as a result of that? And or how much seats have been restored? And what the remaining deficit on each island? Because we know it's kind of difficult when it comes to flying these days.
Let Territorial Airport Manager Jerome speak on that.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Senators. Jerome Sheridan, Territorial Airport Manager. Sir, from a seat perspective, you're talking about maybe 130 to 150 seats based on the aircraft with the Spirit Airlines loss. That's
Time.
probably the largest one that I can really speak of. Silver Airways is about 50, 60 seats per operation. But with that, we are going to gain those same seats back with the Contour, the Breezes of the world, and some other services. As you guys know, we just announced Nashville to St. Thomas in March of 2027. So we're really excited about getting those new seats back in the market.
Also, we basically going to break even, you saying?
We hope so. We hope so. We can only forecast based on available seats, but then what the public actually wants to pay and where they want to go is going to dictate that. So again, we want the public to fly everybody.
And with the Iran war and the fuel prices, I believe in June the airfares were at least 26.5% higher in June than a year ago. And also with traveling, many folks don't have the funds these days to travel. So what have you revised your 27 budget as a result of that in terms of your projections and those conditions?
Okay, I'm going to turn that over to our CFO, Ms. Anna Penn.
Senator, we're still working on our 2027 budget, but all of that will be taken into consideration.
And finally, if I can, Mr. Chair, in response to the 3P Sky City program, what's Viper's current all-in cost in that whole scheme of things? Have you done that assessment?
What's our what? I'm sorry.
In the 3P Sky City, what's Viper? Just your all-in investment cost,
We are still compiling that information, Senator. I can get that to you.
including construction, financing, investor return, operations, and maintenance over the full term. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Interim Director Penn, in regards to morale, I would imagine with everything that's going on, all of the unknowns within Viper, how is morale there and how are you keeping employees engaged?
According to our Director of Human Resources, we are great. We have great morale. We try to do a lot of employee engagement activities to keep the employees engaged. Diane, could you give us some more information as to what we do? Keep up the morale.
Diane Richardson, HR Director. So we have an annual Port Goes Pink event where we do a wellness event with the employees. We have a fun day. We also have our labor management committee where we sit and we meet with the employees and address any concerns that they have before it can get to a grievance level. We also have employee socials. Most recently, we had a Father's Day event on St. Thomas and St. Croix, where we recognized all the men and the fathers in our organization. And that was very successful.
So it's your testimony then that that you're saying that morale is great?
That is correct.
We also, Senator, because of our part of our recruitment efforts, we offer our current employees an incentive if they recommend a candidate and that they're selected and they pass the probationary period, they get a reward for recommending that person to join the Viper team.
What is that reward?
I think it's $500.
Correct, $500.
All right. Let me go back to my colleagues. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to start out with the grants. And I heard a little discussion about the grants, but I want to go on page 7. And I saw where there's about 3 grants. One should have been expired in 6/22, 124, and 126. And each of them 3.7 million, 3.6 million, 2.3 million. What's the status on these 3 grants?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. So, Senator, if I'm hearing you correctly, the EDA HERA terminal grant with the outstanding balance of $3,789,307, that is currently with the EDA for disbursement to VIPA. The next grant, the Reconstruct Commercial Apron, VIPA carried out a different project under that. We're working with the FAA to close that out, but those federal funds were not utilized to fund this project. And then which was the third grant you were asking about?
The third one is right underneath that, 9/13/2026.
So that grant is for the taxiway project in St. Thomas. That grant was completed, required less quantities of material than expected based on some conditions that were found in the field. So we're working to get that closed out with the FAA, but we'll be able to draw down all of our expenditures for that project.
All right, that sounds great. I don't like to see grants and we losing federal money. Then I have some questions about your salaries. I've been looking at your wages and posted it on page 19. I see a heavy equipment operator making $35,227 full-time, but you have a custodian making $35,000. How do you maintain or hold on to a custodian with that low wages? A heavy equipment operator, sorry.
Diane Richardson, HR Director. So with the minimum wage increase, we did enter into a memorandum of understanding with the union. So we are currently in union negotiations, and we will address the disparity in the salaries during that process.
I sure hope you do, because even besides that increase, $35,000 for a heavy equipment operator, that person ain't gonna stay along with you. Somebody gonna steal him from you for sure. And I'm quite sure you need these people on board. So I sure hope we can work this out to make sure that you could maintain and hold on. But a lot of your salaries just went to 35, so I'm just shocked to see that a lot of your wages, I even looked at your firefighter trainee at 37, but a custodian make 35.
Diane Richardson again. So again, we are currently in union negotiations with the unions where those salaries are impacted. So we will see an adjustment in those salaries during the new contract.
All right. Now, I want to go back to your dredging, because I was looking at the views and stuff you put up there, but I didn't see a date. All it says to me that I saw, you can correct me, 60 to 90 days after the execution of that contract, the dredging will begin. And this dredging process has been kicking down the road, and we're talking about bigger mega ships. We're talking about competing. And if we don't expedite this in a timely manner, these bigger ships going to bypass us. So please, is there a date in place as to when this dredging is going to take place?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator, the intent of the presentation was to communicate that dredging will begin within 60 to 90 days of today. We've executed a contract. We have an administrative phase where all of the pre-construction submittals are being developed by the contractor. We just received late last week their request for mobilization payment, which includes a 90-day early works package that allows them to prep the dredge placement material and storage sites and allows them to get their necessary permits for that. So we're anticipating, based on their provided schedule, that dredging will begin in October of 2026 and will be complete within a year.
When was the contract? When was the contract executed?
June 2 months ago.
You
So
said 60 to 90 days.
from today, yes.
June, July, August, September, and you said
1 minute.
anticipating in October.
Yeah, Senator, what I said was that dredging would begin in 60 to 90 days from today.
From today.
Yes,
but
from
your-
today.
Your plat. Well, what you presented there was 60 to 90 days once a contract is executed, and that's why I asked when the contract was executed. That's what you present here on that slideshow. 60 to 90 days once the
30
contract
seconds.
is executed.
Senator, I'll read directly from that again, but it says dredging is anticipated to begin within 60 to 90 days and completed within 1 year.
I guess I say something wrong, but I quite sure when I look at your slide screen, it says 60 to 90 days once a contract is executed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Boshelty, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Senator. Fine, thanks.
Great. Good afternoon to you and the Waiko team. Good afternoon, Ms. Penn, to you and the Viper team as well.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I first want to publicly thank both of you for last year allowing me to push my workforce development by allowing students, giving students the opportunities to aboard the different cruise ships, seeing the different parts of the ship, seeing different workforce, work jobs, and so forth. And it was great. A lot of great reviews. Children were able to learn about workforce on the ship, off the ship, how big the Marine division is. I have to thank both of you publicly for that, and hopefully we could continue that this year. Mr. Boshelty, at your Waiko dock facilities, your neighbor, I think you probably heard about it now, talk about your storage tank.
Yes, sir.
You heard about that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Any thoughts?
We recognize that we need to do some work on the tank. It was one of the projects that we have to either demolish or retrofit, and it's in process. However, our company continues to bring in significant passengers, which help the other company's operations. So our focus has been on the cruise operations. We have just, as I mentioned earlier, submitted a bid for our property on the western end of the project, the property, which includes that area, the tank area. So we are assessing what can and cannot be done in the interim. We continue to operate our company as best we can, even with the tank being there as it is.
All right, no problem. As I heard you mention before, you're selling water.
Yes.
What about at Sea Trade? It was a big talk about power. Have you ever thought about that, venturing down that road? The authority, the Waiko.
Yes. So we've had conversations in the past with our cruise partners on shore power. We've actually had conversations with the Water and Power Authority as well. In the past, there have also been conversations with providers who are looking at possibly using the Waiko facility for liquid natural gas, which a large number of the new cruise ships use as fuel. So we are exploring options with that. Of course, what has been the biggest questions from the cruise lines is the cost for the fuel. So I think we are definitely open to the prospects, especially if it helps us bring more ships into the territory. But yes, to answer your question, we have explored the opportunity. However, it hasn't moved past the initial stages yet.
Thank you, Ms. Penn. What are your thoughts about that for the Port Authority side and Marine side, selling water and power possibly as a new revenue generator?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. The VIPA Engineering Division completed shore power master planning services back in 2023, where we looked at the feasibility study and the approach to implementing shore power, not just at the cruise port, but also at the cargo ports. So we looked at the Austin Bay Monsanto facility in St. Thomas, the Crown Bay Cargo Terminal in St. Thomas, the Wilfred Bamba Alec transshipment facility in St. Croix, as well as the Annie Abramson facility in St. Croix. It requires a very significant upfront investment to the tune of around $85 million that our return on investment we couldn't realize given the high cost of electricity in the territory. So we did work with the Water and Power Authority on those measures as well. We looked at the necessary infrastructure upgrades that would be required to the grid as well as the generation. With the ongoing projects funded under ODR and FEMA, a lot of that work is actually being undertaken. However, the transitioning that power from the grid into shore power connectivity.
1 minute.
We didn't see there being a high level of return on investment that would justify that investment. So we did submit grant applications under the Environmental Protection Agency's Clean Ports program. However, we were not selected in that competitive discretionary funding program.
Thank you. I could see why Ms. Penn passed it down to you to take up my time there. But anyhow. Mr. Preston, let me go back to you.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Even with the development of the phase 2 of the vet drive, has been Port Authority involved in those planning stages to see how the new waterfront vet drive project going to go and to see what you could do on your end since the waterfront is going to be disrupted and redone?
We have been involved in some of the early planning discussions. We've been in communication with DPW regarding those impacts to mariners. We're aware and have under their phasing plans an implementation approach to support that construction project.
And lastly, before I go, Ms. Penn, I still would like for us to have a conversation about the restroom down at Limburg Bay. I know it's not yours. It's not yours. Last time you did a wonderful job refurbishing it, but if you could give me a cost analysis of how much it would take to really refurbish that restroom, because it's the passengers are all of ours. So I just like that cost. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Thank you, Port Authority. Thank you to WICO.
Senator, I'll make a note of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Interim Director, in regards to the warehouses on St. Croix, is that those projects also caught in the P3 discussion?
Yes.
It is.
But right now we are in discussions right now with EDA in possibly getting some investors to invest in those rehabilitation of those cargo facilities at Hira.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was going to suggest, or even with the central government, I think that there are some opportunities there, especially as it pertains to the South Shore Enterprise Zone expansion.
Yes, so
and
we started those discussions with EDA.
Yeah, already started that discussion. Yes. Very well. What about the Gate 3? I think that location can use a coat of paint at Gate 3, the departure lounge for those individuals that's commuting over to St. Thomas.
Bill?
Good afternoon, Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan. Yes, Senator, we actually are going through several phases at that Gate 3 area because we actually use that as an international departure area for our international departures. So right now we're working with CBP to install a biometric exit in that area. So there will be a natural uplift in that area to include some actual facial recognition in that area.
TV and paint and seating.
All alike.
A little bit of charger for your portable electronics and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The local people traveling between the islands is just as important as those that's traveling far and apart. As a matter of fact, we pay more money in some instances just to be able to travel from St. Croix to St. Thomas. So we need a little bit of love in that.
Yes, Senator. We actually are doing some major upgrades in that area.
Very well. Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. No, we need a lot of love. We need a little bit of love. We need a lot of love. You know, I was going to start with Waco first, but when I hear Viper employees so great, I think on money. I think they go into the bank and they're smiling because they got something in their pocket. $500 is good, but you know, I was wondering in terms of, you see, I have 337 employees.
Yes.
84 vacancies with a $3.2 million in vacancies. How much individuals went up to 35,000?
Diane Richardson, HR Director. We have 40 employees that went up to the 35,000.
Are they owed any retro?
No.
Okay. Anyone receive wage increases at all?
Yes.
For 26. How much
We
people?
have collective bargaining agreements, and as of October 1 of 2025, all employees received a salary adjustment.
How many employees were there? And no retro owed to them?
That would have amounted to at least 275 employees. We do have some employees that retro is owed to. Our aviation employees, that's about 74 employees, and 3 days worth of retro is owed to them. We also have employees in our supervisors union, particularly the firefighters, supervisors, as well as the law enforcement supervisors. And that's about 4 years of retro that's owed to them.
So 4 years of retro?
Correct.
Okay, so what is being done to make them whole? I mean, to take care of that.
So we are committed to having them paid by September 30th of this year.
Total, everything?
Everything.
So that's the 74 employees in aviation that's owed. They'll be brought up current in September.
Correct.
And the supervisors, how many supervisors?
That amounts to about 14 individuals.
Okay, and the 14 individuals. So 14 and 74 is 88. Okay, so 88 employees be taken care of by September 30.
That's correct.
That's good news. I see why it's so important, you know. Now, when is Viper's fiscal year?
Same as central government.
Same
October
as-
to September.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. October to September.
Okay, so when is your 27 budget going to be approved? Or when is it scheduled to be
September.
approved?
At the September board meeting.
Oh, by the September. Okay. So, what are your projections going forward for 27? Because we're here talking about 26.
We haven't finalized those
Yep.
yet, Senator.
Not yet.
No.
We
We still haven't. We haven't discussed them with the board yet.
Okay, so will the wage increases be covered before your September fiscal year?
Ones that
The,
are
the
due
one
now?
the retro owed and
Yes,
the wage.
yes, yes.
Okay, so
That's
all
this
that, and then
fiscal- that's this fiscal year.
okay, you have any GS employees? Non-union.
Yes, we do have non-union employees.
No. Classified non-union. That's what I mean. Classified non-union. You have those?
No.
You don't. Okay, good. Okay, so so regular fiscal year, you're working on that. Okay, so we get back to that. Waiko, thanks for the 100,000. We'll take it because before we were getting zero, we getting 100,000. I'll take it. I ain't gonna even fuss about that. We'll take that. Your fiscal year is the same as ours?
Yes, October 1 to September 30.
Okay. How many employees do you have?
35.
35. Okay.
33, but and 2 vacancies. Sorry, 33 and
Okay.
2 vacancies.
33 and 2 vacancies. Okay. Are your vacancies full at 100% each?
Yes.
Okay. You have employees that you brought up to 35?
I don't know if we had any employees that we needed to bring up. Somebody you want to respond?
And you were brought up?
Yeah, that wouldn't apply to us directly because no Waiko employee is a government employee, but I would double check just to make sure.
But don't pay them under 35 though.
Yeah, we'll check. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What is government, or you think they ain't government? Yes, government. Don't pay
1
them
minute.
35. Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, the CFO just said all employees above 35,000.
okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. But what it brought up to 35, and are they owed any retro monies or anything?
No, we don't owe any retro monies. However, we are in active negotiations with the union to finalize a new collective bargain agreement. And in 27, we plan to explore giving raises to the rest of the staff.
Okay, sound good. Okay, and
30
then,
seconds.
Okay, the vacant properties. How many vacant properties do you have at that? What kind of cost are we looking at?
Yeah, we have right now, off the top of my head, I want to say maybe 3 units that are vacant, and we are in conversation. The biggest one that's vacant right now, many of you know as Pier 22, which is the property at the end of the facility. And then we have a couple smaller warehouse units that are vacant.
Okay, and what type of
Time.
revenue are you looking at generating?
Well, Pier 22 was a significant revenue developer for us. However, we are looking at new plans because we think that the space itself is too big for one particular renter. So we're trying to look at dividing it up into smaller spaces so that the businesses could sustain more. The second big piece that we've received interest, but there's a lot of interest more for like night activities and not enough for when the cruise ships are in. So we don't have a problem with a blend, but we definitely need businesses that are going to be in that space to be open for cruise ship business.
Okay. And just to close it, Mr. Chair, is in regards to the hotel. The hotel belongs to GRS, you got that, but it's still out there, your property and stuff, that, collaboration. What has that done in regards to generating revenue for you?
Well, that really doesn't have an impact on our revenue generation. However, we are supportive of the effort. We think it enhances the Haven site experience. And we believe there's more opportunities for other hotels in the same space, whether it's on our property, whether it's on Yacht Haven, or there is definitely, the area could support more another hotel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Interim Director Penn, in regards to the Sika Airport, I know that there was some conversation about a chiller being replaced there. Will that take care of the air conditioning situation that you're experiencing at the departure lounge at the airport?
Yes, Senator.
It will?
Yes.
You have a timeline on that?
That's going to be a longer timeline, but we are doing repairs to it to enhance the cooling capacity in the terminal. That's ongoing this week and next, as well as the other projects that we've undertaken to restore cooling to the terminal.
And how are you mitigating the heat in that area?
So we've installed supplemental air conditioners. There's roughly 7.5 ton units. We've done a reconnection of all of the ductwork. We're working on cleaning of the ductwork. We have procured air curtains to put at the exterior doors to prevent cool air from escaping from the terminal. So those are in production and will be shipped to the territory shortly. So we have a number of activities that we're undertaking to improve the passenger experience in the hold room.
Well, thank you. Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 6 minutes. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I wanted to first begin my line of questioning with the West Indian Company Limited to inquire. I was looking through the post audit report, and I wanted to get, if we haven't provided it already, the total amount you get annually for your lease properties.
Yes, we could send it in. I think it's somewhere around 1.1 million, but we could send it in to you.
And that includes Yacht Haven Grand?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing right now to fill some of those vacant suites that you have there, those vacant stores? How are you working maybe with the Department of Tourism, EDA, to fill those vacant spaces that you have there?
Yeah, our biggest space that we have vacant right now is Pier 22, that space. And we are looking at reconfiguring the space, as I just mentioned to Senator DeGraff, to have smaller bays so that there's a better succession plan to survival. The other spaces we have available are not necessarily retail spaces, they're warehouse space. We right now, we just are finalizing a contract for one of them, and then that's it for us.
So I want to speak specifically of the store area in Yacht Haven Grand. I know Pier 22, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Those stores, they had a number of stores, brand name stores, high-end stores in those area. And so that is what I want to look specifically at. Do you have a marketing team? Do you have persons on board or looking at having persons on board so that we could bring in those type of stores? Because Yacht Haven Grand also have condos, right?
Yeah, well, we have a ground lease with Yacht Haven Grand. So all of those marketing, leasing functions are all with Yacht Haven Grand.
And so no matter how much whatever units are vacant, they will still have to pay you the amount you agreed to.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's what I was trying to get at. So you don't have an obligation to do any marketing to assist them or support them in getting their areas, their retail areas filled.
No, we have a good relationship with them. So if they come to us, for example, asking if we could help traffic more cruise ship passengers, we'll talk and we co-run it. But with regard to their specific properties, we don't get involved unless they ask us to, and they haven't in a minute.
Okay. And when does their lease end?
I want to say maybe 20. I mean, I think it was a 50-year lease, and I think it's been in progress maybe 12 years. So it's quite a bit of time left.
Oh, that might be when we are not here anymore. Okay. Let's go on to Viper now. A pleasant good day to you, Interim Executive Director Penn, and your fine team. I wanted to just get, I didn't see it totally there in the presentation. I was viewing it downstairs regarding the property that we gave to Viper in Crown Bay. What has happened since then? Are you still, the cruise ships are still working on that part of property to rehabilitate and revitalize that area?
Senator, we are still working with DPP to get those, but we're still working on getting the deeds for that property.
What's the holdup? Because as soon as you could get the deeds, then you could get the property going, and so you could get some money to do projects. That's how I look at it.
Oh, well, there's some things that need to be, the outstanding encumbrances that we need to get settled.
How many outstanding encumbrances, and what are you looking at as far as encumbrances that needs to be settled with the government? And what can we do to support you in expediting that?
I think that the government, the Lieutenant Governor's office has some liens on the property that we're trying to get cleared, but the properties can be transferred over. That's what we're working on. Get them cleared.
1
clean
minute.
title to the properties.
Okay, clean title. Yeah, that could be sometime arduous. Okay, now I wanted to also, ask you, I know Mr. Preston mentioned that the dredge material from the harbor will be placed at Adelita Cancrine. Okay, but you're also planning to dredge the Adelita Cancrine area.
30
also.
seconds.
So where would that dredge material be placed? Just futuristically, we're looking at.
Sure. Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. The dredge material is typically classified into two separate tranches of material, one that is beach quality and one that is non-beach quality. So the former Adelita Cancrine school property is being used for the beach quality material. The non-beach quality material is being shipped over
Time.
to St. Croix and utilized to fill an old quarry site on Vipa's property at the Henry Rolson Airport.
Okay, so that takes care of both the dredge property for our Charlotte Amalie Harbor as well as Adelita Cancrine.
There's no dredging directly in front of the Cancrine property, but in the cargo port vicinity in general, between the Crowley docks and the Tropical dock
Yeah.
facility, that's where that dredging will take place. And the same split of beach quality, non-beach quality will go to those different locations.
And I'll just wrap up with this final question. And all of that cost to transport, et cetera, is rolled up in your overall cost, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the extra time and your leniency. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla J. Joseph. The chair will now recognize Senator Kurt VLA. Recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to Port Authority, I'm looking at the projections for airline arrivals, and like I thought, I'm seeing a decline by 8% for departures and 12% for arrivals. Projecting out to 2027, what are you coming up with in terms of numbers? More of a decline or a stabilization?
Right now, based on what we've seen so far, we don't see a further decline. It's going to be constant in terms of the numbers.
And Frontier Airlines, I know that was the next cost-saving airline, and they have pulled out of both jurisdiction. Is there any discussion with any type of entity that has those reduced price, like similar to what Spirit had in reference to departures from St. Croix and Thomas?
Senator VLA, Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan. Our USVI Tourism Department leads kind of a lot of those conversations. However, we do have some other conversations with certain airlines. Those conversations continue to advance. However, I'd rather not just put them out on Black Street in the media like that. But we do continue to have those conversations with the airlines of opportunities in the USVI.
Okay, because on a corresponding note, I just looked at the report from Internal Revenue for the island of St. Croix, and I'm seeing a marked decrease in revenues from the hotel occupancy tax, and also in the amount of monies that were collected from Airbnb. So you could really see that there was a tremendous impact with the loss of Spirit Airlines. And I'm a bit worried for St. Croix because in a month, one of the American airline flights, which is seasonal, will be cutting back. So we're really only going to have one flight from St. Croix that leaves every day on a regular basis. And that's a dangerous, dangerous premise for the people of St. Croix. In reference to Adelita Cancrine, I know that is a site where the dredging spoils will be placed. Is that demolition on target, and will it be completed by October? Because your dredging is supposed to begin in October.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. In the contract with the dredger, we've actually stipulated that the non-beach quality dredging will occur first. So that's within the turning basin as well as at the Waiko berth. So all of that dredging will occur before the Cancrine property is needed to be utilized. And based on that contractor's schedule, we're on target to meet the timelines to need to utilize that facility.
Now, where is that spoil going?
That is the non-beach quality material that'll be placed in the quarry on the Henry Rolson Airport site. So there's a large depression on the north side of the airport, adjacent to where EDA has their industrial complex. So we're looking at filling that land.
Okay, so it's going to be coming over to St. Croix?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What has been the impact that the Hampton Hotel has made on that Haven site area in reference to bars and restaurants? Have you had any discussion as to whether or not you see more foot traffic generating more revenues? What has been the conversation?
Senator Joe Busciotti, it definitely has been a benefit to the Havenside area. We don't have any properties that are in the restaurant or bar business. However, where our corporate headquarters is, we see the traffic all the time. We definitely believe it is a benefit to the property and the tourism product overall.
What's the status of Katrina Berg?
Katerinburg,
I'm seeing no monies have been expended.
Right. So
The
Katerinburg.
1.2 million still remains there.
Yeah, sorry about that, Senator. Yes, so Katerinburg, we have begun conversations again to start that project. There was some back and forth between us and ODR and FEMA on the final amounts for the project. I think now we understand what the FEMA's contributed in. We are working to identify our match and restart conversations with the architecture to get the work completed.
What is the match for the port? 5, 10%? What is the match?
Let me ask our CFO to respond.
1 minute.
Okay, and then as they look for the number, also congratulations to WICO, the marine part generated 9.4 million in revenue, representing a 14% increase, while simultaneously reducing operating expenses by 4%. So that is very good. I think you could have given us more than the 100,000 I saw in your testimony that you said
30
that
seconds.
you gave 100,000 in pilot as was recommended when you had your last presentation, but your recommendation wasn't put into law. The law still states that you got to give 700,000. So what was the rationale behind giving 100,000 only?
Yeah, understood, Senator. So for full context, the company was in fiscal strains. We went 18 months without any ships, used up the cash reserves to survive COVID.
Time.
And now we are seeing a rebound. We think 2026, this year, is a new norm for cruise at WICO. So we believe we could be more sustainable in with regards to our cash flow. The second thing is we have to rebuild our cash reserves. We are self-sufficient 100%. If something happens, we don't have the government or anybody to lean on. So that's why we build our cash reserves to be in a position to sustain when or if, God forbid, something happens to the property. So we are in the process of building our cash reserves back to a level that allows us to be sustainable.
And you have made some good frugal moves. I applaud the West Indian Company for making the moves that they did recently. But in fiscal year 27, we do expect that amount to increase. Once you continue to manage and run the entity that like it's being done right now. In reference to growth, you're saying that you're seeing a growth in cruise ship passengers for FY24, the cruise ship season for 2027?
Yeah, a slight increase. I think one of our challenges continues to remain space, right? So if we had more berths available than the 3 we had, we would have much more cruise ship business, I would predict, right? We turn away business because we just don't have the space. So we are in the process of...
And because of the way...
Excuse me?
And also because of the way that the cruise ship schedule their stops, that all of them want to come on the same day.
Well, yes, but however, we have seen a direct shift in the home porting from San Juan, which has allowed more ships to come on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, which is good for us. But yes, to your point, Senator, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are the busiest days because most of the ships we receive come out of South Florida.
And I'll finish now, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence. I'm looking at your revenue and operating expenses for fiscal year 2025 to fiscal year 2027. You're predicting a slight increase in passengers, but your projections for fiscal year 27 is 11.5 million, and your projection for 2026, or what you expect to make this year, is 11.7. Why are you seeing a 200,000 decrease for FY27 instead of an increase?
Yeah, we had a personnel grant that was part of our numbers that was a one-time expense. So that's the primary difference in the revenue projections between the 2 fiscal years.
What was the amount of the grant? 200,000?
Yeah, how much was that, Charlene?
146,000.
Okay. And Port Authority, are you seeing an increase in cruise ship passengers?
Yes, Senator.
So for FY26, you're seeing an increase in cruise ship. It's not like the aviation side. You're seeing an increase.
Yes, Senator.
What is that increase? When you did the aviation portion, you were able to put in the percentage increase, decrease, but in the marine section, I'm not seeing the percentage of increase or the numbers.
It's on page 18, Senator. For the same period through June, we have a 30% increase in calls from last year, 27% increase the passenger charges, and a 20% increase in the total number of passengers.
And what page is that?
Page 18 of our testimony.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and keep up the good work and being able to increase the number of cruise ship passengers. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Vielle. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the folks from WICO and from Viper. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Mr. Boshelta, I mean, I listened to you speak earlier, but at some point, when you think we're going to be up to date with your pilot?
I don't think we could ever get up to date with the pilot at $700,000 with our revenue at $11 million. We had the hearing with Senator Fredericks. We are open to paying a number that is more reflective on our revenue streams, right? We have two other government agencies that have similar pilots of some level, which are Port Authority and WAPA. And one is a $200 million plus company, one is a $300 million company, and their numbers were less than what we expected to pay every year. Like I mentioned before, Senator, in the hearing, if we were collecting the revenues from the Havenside Mall, that'd be a different discussion, but we don't. That's GRS collects and keeps all of that money. Matter of fact, I don't think they have a pilot either. So we're just looking for parity, right? We don't have a problem paying our fair share, but $700,000 is not fair. Matter of fact, if we were a private company fully, we would not have paid any taxes over the last 7 years because we didn't make money. So we are reflected. We want to get to a number that makes sense for the government and for ourselves. But we are going to move towards getting that number down. We have a couple of conversations going on with the Public Finance Authority, our parent company, about some suggestions we want to bring back to this body to discuss. But we do recognize the debt we carried in our audited financials. It's very serious to us, so we are looking to remedy that situation.
And what is your current relationship with Viper?
Viper? Oh, yes, we love each other. No, I think we have a good relationship. I mean, I know the team. I mean, I sat on the board. We worked together a long time. So we have a good relationship. I don't think since I've been back at WICO, we've had any conversations that have been difficult yet. I mean, I know the dredging project is coming up, so we may have some conversations during the season. But right now, we are a supporter of what Viper does. They play an essential part. They're an essential partner for us in terms of our business. We can't bring any ships in without the pilots. So we respect what they do for us in the territory.
No, I asked that question because I wanted to make sure when I looked at you saying that you have to refuse ships coming in, I wanted to make sure that when you refuse in, if they have a space at their berth, that you guys conversating to make sure that it's transferable.
Yes,
I don't think we need to be losing any money is coming in. That's my question.
No, yes. So anytime we have
maximizing the crew, maximizing for what the Borden Island could collect from the cruise ship industry. That's what I'm looking at.
Yes, sir. So anytime we have a conflict situation, our first call with the agent is with Croix Bay. Of course, we also bring up St. Croix. And when those options are not viable, then our conversations generally move to the BVI and the cruise facility in Tortola. But we definitely explore all options before we have to turn down a particular request.
Okay. Well, thank you for that response. I also like to know, okay, you said of the projected $11.5 million in 2027, the revenue approximately $9.5 million in cruise ship passenger revenue. Can you break down the remaining approximately $2 million by source?
Yes,
so we can understand the diversity between WICO revenues base actually.
Yes, let me ask the CFO to just give you a breakdown quickly.
Good afternoon, Senator. Charlene Turnbull, Chief Financial Officer. Rental of land, $562,000. Rental of warehouse is $600,000. Water sales, $268,000. Miscellaneous and other dock income, $190,000. Mooring and unmooring, $68,000. Dockage, $25,000, for a total of $11,524,163.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that response. Thank you for the response. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any more questions?
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you recognized for your 6 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. I too want to recognize and congratulate the 2 employees of the year, Elvis Watley from St. Croix and Mario Pinder from St. Thomas. But I'll be remiss if I didn't also recognize what I would term the hero of the year from Port Authority, Miss Waynia Charles, who along with Police Officer Karima Fredericks Liebert courageously jumped into the waters off of the Frederickstead Pier to save a passenger who had fell over. So congratulations to all of them. Now, I'm looking at the testimony, and I'm going to stay closely to this P3 that's really a thorn in our behinds right about now. I'm looking at the testimony and see that the testimony itself acknowledges that the passenger activity is already declining in the Virgin Islands, with departures down 8% and arrivals down some 12%. Specifically recognizes that and recognize the loss of even 3 carriers. So, the question isn't whether or not our airports need a major uplift, but we got to look at whether or not this P3, or we should be making a major long-term commitment without first exhausting an alternative that could actually protect our airlifts into the territory, and particularly St. Croix. I wanted to ask the executive director, because it's been more than a decade or so I've been trying to encourage administrations and the board to consult with a Mr. Tyrone Brown. Ms. Penn, do you know of Mr. Tyrone Brown, who is a Virgin Islander, a Cruisian at that played an important role in the renovations of the Miami International Airport?
No, Senator, I don't know of that individual.
So that individual happens to be a St. Croix Central High School graduate who have really been a part of the uplift of the Miami International Airport. And I'm really hoping that somebody will reach out to this gentleman in Miami. Even the Department of Tourism, through its ambassador program, I think it is, did a documentary with him with regards to the Miami airport. So can I at least get some type of assurance from you that you will research to find out who this gentleman is and see if we could reach out to him to see if we could loan some of his expertise?
Sure, Senator, no problem.
Thank you. Now, the passenger protection and even the airlines. So if the airlines decide to pass increased airport costs directly onto the passengers through higher ticket prices, what is your plan or the Port Authority's plan to protect the traveling public and to prevent those costs from undermining tourism and further reducing air service, particularly to the island of St. Croix?
Senator, the Port Authority does not have any role in terms of what the airlines charge the passengers. Right now.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this because it's directly being affected through this P3.
But it's not,
deal.
Senator. I beg to differ. The prices, the airfares now have nothing to do with the P3.
All right. So
1 minute.
We're still in negotiations, Nothing has been finalized. So the prices that the airfares that the airlines charge are based on their own operational requirements.
So listen, St. Croix in particular, we can't afford to lose one more flight. You heard the discussion that with this one airline, I mean, that's putting us in a real bad place.
30
So we
seconds.
can't afford to even lose one airline much. So can you give us any type of assurance today that the P3 agreement as currently being negotiated will not result in the reduction or elimination of any flights, air service, particularly to the island of St. Croix?
Again, Senator, the Virgin Islands Port Authority cannot or does not have any influence or any role to play in what the airlines, what routes they service.
Okay, so if you can't give us that assurance, then the board shouldn't move forward with an agreement before fully considering then the alternative proposal being presented by the airlines, because we're going to be really jammed between a rock and a hard place. Now, maybe I can ask, if I may hear Mr. Chair, just to ask if they're willing to consider at least the airlines' alternative before approving this Sky-City agreement.
Senator, we are still in negotiations. We are considering all options, and nothing is finalized. So the airlines have not presented us with a alternate proposal that we can consider. They have presented you maybe something, but they haven't presented us anything.
Well, I'm pretty sure whatever it is they're presenting to us, that you got a copy. So it's no secret. But let's please work in the best interest of the people of this territory. Oftentimes, I'm wondering who is negotiating on our behalf. We have to take a close look at this. I'm really disappointed that we don't even know who Mr. Tyrone Brown is, when this is a Virgin Islander that's out there making a mark on other jurisdictions with regards to their airports, and we don't even know who he is. So I'll encourage you again to please research who he is. I'll even send you the documentary, and let's see if we could get some of his expertise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, yes, Senator, we will reach out to the individual, but I just want to make it clear that we are in an active RFP procurement, and we are still in negotiations with the Sky City. So we just need to go through the process, and whatever the outcome is, that's what the outcome will be. The board has to make the final decision, and we are taking everything into consideration. Nothing is finalized. We're hearing everything, the concerns from the public, we heard the concerns from the airlines, we heard the concerns from the senators. So all of that is taken into consideration.
So in respect to negotiation, the fact that the airlines are also wants to be a part of the discussion doesn't preclude you from hearing from them as part of the negotiation, or the door is closed on that at this time, and that you're solely dealing with Sky City VI?
No, we meeting regularly with the airlines in consultation. We met with them last week. So the airlines are still the airlines are a part of the process. We have a difference of opinion, but it's not like we shut them out. We're still in constant communication with them.
Very well. Senator Gittins, you had a alibi? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, while the good director keep talking about they're still in negotiations, I understand that you're still in negotiations. But what I also want the public to be aware of too is that there's still a $40+ million break of this contract going on. So either which way, we need to know what's best for us. And if it is the best thing for us to go ahead and have this breakup and pay the $40+ million versus having to pay 3 times more than that, then so be it. But you keep telling us about you're still in negotiations, but we haven't signed, that means we haven't signed anything, but we know that if we were to walk away right now, though we're still in negotiations, we still owe some $43 million. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Noted, Senator, but just to be clear, whether or not the P3 goes through, we still have to pay the 40 whatever million termination fee.
Before we go to the next speaker, which will be Senator Potter, I wanted to ask you about the conveyor belt on St. Croix. What's the status of that?
Okay, so I let Jerome talk about that, but the belt is working. We are just having a little bit of resistance, I would say, from the airlines in using it. But we met with CBP, the airlines, the airline representatives, and our team. I think it was last week, Friday, Thursday, Friday, to see how we could work together to ensure that the airlines use the belt. The problem is that when the airlines put the bags on the belts, they have to pick it up after they go through CBP. Some of the passengers are forgetting to pick up their bags, and it's causing delays with the flights, on-time departures. So the airlines have, in some instances, have made an effort or a decision to just have the passengers walk with their luggage.
Wow.
So that's the issue. So in meeting with CBP and the airlines, we have agreed to make a concerted effort to remind the passengers to pick up their bags after they depart from CBP to go through the process. We're also going to be sending out an RFQ or RFP so that we can solicit porter services on St. Croix, like what we have on St. Thomas, to assist with carrying bags through the process to facilitate that.
Yeah, that is a challenge. We have a senior community, a lot of senior travelers that travel for various reasons, and it's really difficult for them to navigate and take these.
So it's not that the belt isn't working. The belt is working. It's just the logistics and of how to use the belt. So we're working on that.
Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the last conversation, my colleague, where you mentioned about the $40+ million payout, when the P3 first came into existence as a conversation, we met, and the issue has always been in regards to the employees. Now, because you're in some kind of agreement where there has to be now a payout if it doesn't go through, is any affected? Are there any employees that are affected by the whole process at this time?
Viper employees?
Whomever, because I'm just saying.
Well,
You got to get the mic in front of you.
Viper employees, no. But Sky City has already started to hire individuals. They've set up offices in both districts. And so those employees would be impacted.
But did they take some of Viper employees in regards to the whole process?
No, not
No?
only one employee went. Only one employee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, may I put one thing on the record in response to Senator Gittens?
Go right ahead.
Senator Gittens, while we don't know who Tyrone Brown is, I would like to highlight the fact that we actually have brought somebody home from Miami International Airport. Mr. Mojaniah Dennis, who is a project manager with the Port Authority's engineering division, was working at the Miami International Airport for a private engineering firm. And about 2 years ago, he reached out to the Port Authority seeking employment and opportunities back home, and we were able to find a spot for him. So we're always willing and always able to make room within our team for Virgin Islanders who'd like to come home.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Senator Pardo, Senator President Pardo, you're recognized for your 6 minutes of this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the executive team from the West Indian Company Limited, as well as the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I want to start with you, Chairman Bushelty, or CEO Bushelty, regarding I think it's an issue that has become just something that we discuss without any real meaningful objective. And that is the merger of WICO and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. I don't hear about it much anymore. I think it was something that we were seriously considering maybe like a decade or so ago. So I just want to get your thoughts. I know you've been around, you've been a player in this business for a while. Just want to get a sense, is that something whose time has passed? And I want to get your take as to why it never materialized.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. That's a very profound question you're asking, right? I would tell you that I have been around and been involved in conversations over the years on it. I think there is definitely value and synergies between the Port Authority and WICO. However, they are less today than they were because Port Authority did a deal with CTI and Royal Caribbean for the Crown Bay facilities. So that's one big piece that was in play before that is no longer in play. However, we are always very open to the possibilities of the synergies with the Frederiksted Pier, for example, with our cruise ship business and their business in terms of being able to leverage our relationships and experience in port management if they ever decided to outsource that business. With regards to why it didn't happen before, I would tell you politics played a role, of course. And then secondly, the reality of it was we had long-term debt and the Port Authority had long-term debt on the marine side. And to do the deal, you had to have the money on either side to clear the debt. And that has always been a piece of the discussions that never really got to that point because you couldn't move forward without paying off the debt unless you had negotiations with the bondholders. I know our bondholders would have been very
Didn't have an appetite?
They would have had an appetite if you were going to pay them off, right? But if you weren't going to pay them off, I don't think they were just going to sign over the assets of WICO or join them with Port Authority without that payoff.
Understood. Thank you for your feedback. Now, your net income, according to your testimony, is projected at negative $742,361 for FY27, a second consecutive projected loss. What is WICO's path back to profitability? And by what fiscal year does the corporation project a break even
I would tell you that the net income numbers are important and it's negative, but what's more important for us is our EBITDA, which is our cash flow numbers, right? So we have depreciation, we have debt service, we have other pieces that are important. So clearly we would like to be net positive on a year. I would be more concerned if our EBITDA numbers, which is our cash flow numbers, was negative. But it's healthy, allows us to pay our debt, allows us to continue. Right now, we shared with the body that we're growing our business. We actually at a point to start investing again in our capital projects. So, and then the third part that we're doing to really help put us in a better position to meet our obligations, namely the pilot, is we are looking at diversifying our revenue streams. So we've put out an RFP on our entire western part of our property to see what comes in. And we're hopeful that we can get some kind of a investor or partner that is willing to invest in a haven site space, clearly our Waiko properties, and then help us diversify to get that number to a positive number. I would tell you, just looking at our numbers for what we have in hand for the season at 28 and what we expect for 29, barring any major catastrophes, that we will be inching closer and closer. Because every year, if you looked at that same net income 3 years ago, it was significantly more than it was. And every year we've been bringing it down. So we're in a good trend right now.
Heading in the right direction.
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. How many cruise calls has Waiko declined in FY 25 and 26 due to bird constraints?
I don't have the exact number, but I would tell you somewhere between 8 and 12, roughly a year in real cars, not just throwing out there to see what's available, but when you actually get down to deployment and finalizing a schedule, roughly 8 to 12. And some of it is the configuration of our dock. You know, it's linear. So sometimes the 3 ships can't fit at the same time. And other times we have 4 or 5 ships on the same day with requests.
Gotcha. So what kind of dollars would you say, very, very roughly?
I would say, just 10 calls, maybe $1 million or so. I mean, and of course it impacts Port Authority as well. So sure. it's a significant number with the size ships that come in. Okay. That we would have to look at. So let's say you lose a 4,000 or 5,000 passenger ship. You know, some of them we get now is 6,000. So it does add up pretty quickly.
Sure.
If you continue to lose up year over year.
Gotcha. Interim Director Edie Penn, I wanted to ask you, the FY 2022 audit was issued in May 2026, nearly 4 years after the fiscal year closed. You've committed to completing the FY 2023 audits before December 2026. You gave no target dates for FY 2024 or FY 2025. Do you have a sense for specific month or year targets for completing each of those 2 audits?
Once we complete 23, we're looking at every 4 months.
Okay, every 4 months after.
Yeah.
If I may just quickly wrap up, Mr. Chair. Of the 84 vacant positions, how many would you consider to be safety critical roles, like airport rescue firefighters, airport security, Port Authority police? And does any current staffing shortfall put the airport certification or federal compliance status at risk?
Diane Richardson, HR Director. I would say of the 84 vacant positions, I would say we have about 10 vacancies in law enforcement and probably about 6 or 7 in fire. So no, we are pretty stable in terms of our airport certification.
Okay. Does the Mr. Chairman, your FY27 budget, are you factoring in the collective bargaining anticipation? I guess it expires, I believe, the end of September?
September, yeah.
So will your 2027 budget numbers factor in those collective bargaining costs?
Yes.
Projected?
Yes. We have a number.
Okay. Thank you very much. I won't abuse my time. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, Senate President Potter. Mr. Boshelty, it's hard having a hearing here and having Waiko here without seeing Mr. Mark Sabino. He's been a part of Waiko for quite some time. 30 years, yeah. And at least for the 12 years I've been here, I mean, he's been coming here as well. So how is he doing? I mean,
I think he's enjoying retirement life.
He is.
So he hasn't called me to come back. So I guess he's pretty good.
I gotta give him a call so I can start to prep myself for that retirement life. The Henry Rolson parking lot. What is the short and long term plans for that parking lot? I mean, you go there 7 o'clock in the morning, it's already filled, or difficulty finding a space. What is the build out or thoughts about what you're going to do to try to improve the parking lot? We have obviously outgrown that parking lot at this point.
Senator, as you know, on St. Thomas, we had implemented a CFC,
Customer facility charge.
Customer facility charge that the car rental companies paid, and that assisted with building additional parking with the parking garage. Unfortunately, the St. Croix car rental agencies did not want to participate in that. So we're going to try to have a conversation with them again to see if there's an appetite to implement that charge so we could try to work on something on the St. Croix side. So that's what we're planning to do.
Point of information.
You may wrap up. We're coming to you, Senator. You could go ahead and wrap up.
Yeah, so that's what we, and then with the P3 partner, there is some long-term plans to increase the number of parking spaces at some point on St. Croix. But we do recognize that there is a need for additional spaces on St. Croix.
And is there a possibility for you to establish maybe like a long-term parking area, those individuals that may be leaving the vehicle for any extended period of time, rather than occupying those critical spaces, that you could put them on the outside?
That's something that we could take under consideration and explore.
I think that would be something, because some of those vehicles you see there for an extended period of time, and rightfully, if you just put those and vacate the spot so that you have regular travelers could utilize that space.
Okay, we make a note of that, Senator.
Senator Johnson, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you very much. I'm so appreciated that you touch on those cars. There's a bunch of dead cars there. And I go there and I look at them. Every time I park up, I watch these cars. I could see the amount of cobweb that I have on them, that they aren't moving. They're dead cars in the parking lot. But the most important thing I think needs to be done to the Henry Rolson Airport is you need an automated system so that when nighttime come and those employees leave, that people will be paying. And you'll see that parking lot going to get empty. I can tell you, you come there, and I'm going to tell you what I used to do, and this is a bad thing. I used to come home.
Confession?
And this honestly, I catch a plane, I reach home, my car been there for 3 days, I leave it. It was cheaper to catch a taxi, go home and come for my car at 10 o'clock at night, because I drive it out free. And that's continuously happening there. So until we find a way to put an automated system, so when you come out, you're going to pay with a debit card or a credit card, people are going to continue doing that, and you're going to continue losing money. But there's a lot of dead cars. I can go there any day and show you cars that been there for more than a year, park up in that parking lot. Until we start towing those cars out of that parking lot, we're going to never get relief in that parking lot. So I really would urge that you look into that automated system so that folks can pay. And I bet you you see the parking lot empty, because people pick up the car whenever they want at late hours. Thank you very much for the time,
Thanks
Mr.
for the
Chair.
confession, Senator.
There's no statute of limitations on that, though.
I'll ask our Assistant Executive Director. He wanted to say a few things on that topic.
Yeah, so,
Bill?
Bill Rollins, Assistant Director.
Bill Rollins, Assistant Executive Director.
Get a mic a little closer to you.
In reference to the cars that are there, a parking lot check is done nightly, and we keep track of cars that are there. when they get close to the 1 year mark, we work with the Singh Croix administrator to get those cars marked and removed. So yes, there are cars there, they have been there. You know, we take into consideration that people go away and they sometimes don't know when they're going to return. You know, maybe sometimes there's a medical situation. It would be unfortunate to come back and find that your car is now missing when you get back home. So we try to give them at least a year, and then we work with the Singh Croix administrator to get those vehicles removed.
Yeah, well, what we're saying is because of the tightness of space right now, I think if we create maybe a long-term parking area, I think that would be more beneficial than occupying those critical space. I mean, we're just short of space, and we could probably be a little bit more efficient in addressing that particular issue. I wanted to ask you too, Chief Engineer, Mr. Breyer, in regards to the workforce, are you concerned with the amount of project that you have going on, that we're going to have the workforce with everything else that's going on with our disaster recovery projects to be able to accomplish some of these jobs that need to be done?
Mr. Bisholti and I were actually just talking about that before we got here. Definitely. The rising cost of construction in the territory is a major concern. And with that comes the labor shortages that we're seeing on all jobs around the territory. It's certainly a challenging environment to get all of these projects done simultaneously. It's something that we've factored in our procurement strategy and trying to bundle the projects together, very similar to what ODR, HFA, and all the federal funds are being utilized to do. And it's something that is at the forefront of our mind when we're putting together these long-term planning initiatives as well.
Very well. At this time, we'll take a 5 minutes recess and come back for the second round. A point of information, Senator, if it's relevant,
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. This is real quick. This is a suggestion to Mr. Bisholti.
Senator Lewis.
Yes, Mr. Bisholti.
Yes, sir.
You know, as the passengers disembark the ship, is there any plans to probably put some kind of covering on that area there, coming on that little walkway area, or that's not possible?
That's not necessarily feasible for us right now. To put it, what we have done is we have put up additional sunshade type sheltering for our security guards because they're there all day. But what we find is most of the time the passengers just move right along their merry ways to go explore the island and coming back the same thing. But we have made some adjustments at the gates for the security team.
All right, cool. Thanks, Senator.
Thank you. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back on the record and out of recess at this time. And we're doing, we do have before us the Virgin Islands Port Authority as well as the WICO, West Indies Corporation. At this time, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues for a second round. Any burning questions? At this time, a 2-minute round. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 2 minutes at this time.
Yeah, so I wanted to start with Mr. Bushelta first. So the dredging now, they have the new class, the big class cruise ships. I think they want to launch them in the next couple of years. How are we going to be affected on the WICO side if in the next 2 years the harbor is not dredged?
If the harbor is not dredged, we won't be able to take the largest class ships. But based on what the Port Authority said today, we should be dredged, so we should be able to take if needed.
Okay, so good. So Port Authority, can you tell me if it's going to be completed within the next 2 years? Because I saw where the new, what's the name of that size now? Not the Icon, it's a new class. What's the name of that new class?
The Icon is the largest class.
It is the
right
Icon?
now, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's going
1
to be
minute.
completed in the next 2 years.
Yeah, so once the dredging begins, they have a 365-day period of performance, and they've indicated that the contractor has indicated they can meet that schedule.
Okay, so with the development of the airport, the Tri-City, so you can't guarantee whether or not the airline is going to increase passengers or not. But I just wanted to make sure that
30 seconds.
the board is going to act on it and there's going to be some relief. If not, you know, we have these issues where the AC is not working at the airport. You know, there's long lines outside. It's a really, really important issue that we get the airport in a situation where they don't have these long lines outside and the AC, you know, is in that condition. So in the meantime, what is the plans for the AC
Time.
upgrades?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator Fonseca, we've been working on a number of different projects at the Sierra Leone King Airport as it relates to the AC. So we've done some repairs to the existing chiller that was non-operational. We've brought a second chiller. We've done the repairs so that it's operating closer to 100%. We've also installed supplemental air conditioning units for localized spot cooling. We've redone the layouts of all the ductwork, reconnected to all diffusers. We have procured air curtains that are currently in fabrication at the moment to get shipped down to the territory for installation at all exterior doors to prevent cooling loss. And we also have a project ongoing, albeit in the short to medium term, around a year, to replace one of the aging chillers to maximize the efficiency of cooling at the terminal.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Interim Executive Director Penn, in regards to alternative energy at the airport, particularly here in St. Thomas, how beneficial have that been for Viper? Yeah, that's the solar farm.
Oh, you mean the solar panel?
And a Penn Chief Financial Officer. While we're supposed to get a credit from WAPA, we're still awaiting our credit.
So you have not been able to realize any savings as a result of having that there?
Well, we have 1.5 million up to May of 23 that we're still waiting for. And as of right now, the reading with WAPA, we've been trying to meet with them to come up with a plan as to how they will be giving us our credit. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Have you seen any energy reduction as a result of having that?
It's not a reduction. It's supposed to be a credit back to us on our bill.
Any opportunity to expand that further?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. So the current solar farm and its location needs to be moved as a part of a compliance activity. So once we get to shifting the entirety of the taxiway, that will be relocated. But as a part of our long-term master planning initiatives at both airports, expansion of solar capabilities, utilizing underutilized land that we have is intended as a potential development alternative to offset our utility bills.
Thank you. At this time, we recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to speak to CEO Boshelty real quick. I was remiss because I didn't mention one of the most prominent personalities at WICO, Mark Sabino. I think WICO is not WICO anymore because he's no longer there. And I just wanted you to know that I miss his presence already, and I'm going to be always thinking about him when I think about those ships coming into the harbor and all the years that he's put in and what he's contributed to the organization. So hats off to you, Mr. Sabino. Thank you for your service. Thank you for everything you gave this organization. And I hope you guys gave him a wonderful send-off.
Yes, we did.
1 minute.
You know, I've worked with him for many years, and his contributions to WICO and the territory are long-lasting. Matter of fact, we might probably name a bollard after him or something. I don't know. We gotta figure out something.
Yeah, we need to find a building or something that we could name after him because he's such a character and really it's a wealth of knowledge in him. A true Virgin Islander, and those are the treasures that we oftentimes overlook. And I just want everyone to keep that in mind. Sometimes we beat up on you guys, but you guys are part of this process that helps this system work. And whenever we have outstanding employees like that, we just need to always spend the time to give them their flowers while they're alive. So thank you again for everything you've done, Mr. Sabino, and I hope I could run into you sometime in the future. God bless you and your family.
Time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Sorry about that. Yes, good afternoon. Ms. Penn, Port Authority. I have a question. On the opposite side of the airport where the private jets come in, do you collect a fee from over there?
Our fixed base operator, the general aviation area? That's what you mean?
Yes, over there, like on the
Thomas?
private side with the private, yeah.
Yes, we have we charge fees for that, the use of that facility.
I mean, but you don't charge for when each plane, you don't collect off of like individually jets coming in there?
Yes,
Or that's bulky and
we
the
have landing
FAA?
fees. We have landing fees over there too. Jerome?
Through the chair, Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan. Yes, Senator, we do have charges that are recuperated on that side of the field.
Good. And what's the last update you got, Ms. Penn, about the
1 minute.
Bournefield homes? Are we still addressing those homes, or just on a standstill, or what's going on with those homes?
Senator, that's a topic that we're going to be paying particular attention to in the upcoming fiscal year. I have to have a discussion with the board as to how we're going to address that. Those tenants.
30 seconds.
I think that whole Bournefield area is going to be discussed in our aviation master plan at the end of October. So we can give you some more additional information after that happens. But once I talk to the board, I have to talk to the board members about how we're going to address those, the Bournefield residents.
Were those residents ever given like an alternative living situation?
I think
Time.
in the past, those units were condemned. And from what I understand, Anna, you could talk some more about that.
Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. In the past, we have had the resident apply to programs that do deal with home ownership or even under Section 8 of the housing program. However, at that time, most of them did not qualify.
And hopefully something else could they qualify for something now. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Port Authority. Thank you, Waiko. Have a great day.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Penn, the cargo operation over at Gallows Bay, that's totally now moved over to the South Shore.
I think we waited.
Use the
for
mic, use the mic.
We have, I think, one tenant we're waiting to be relocated over to Gordon Finch. And then after that facility is vacated, we have plans to demolish that facility.
Any new proposed revenue generators being considered?
We're still thinking about what could be done in that area. We haven't made a final determination yet as to what is going to go there.
Okay. What about you, Waiko? Any new revenue generators being considered for Waiko?
Yes, we just issued RFP for the western side of our property, 13 acres. We're evaluating coming up in the next few weeks. The investment in our water production side, we expect to increase our revenues there, particularly if what we've heard and seen from the San Juan home porting continues. Matter of fact, they just started doing work on one of the additional pairs due to the influx of business, so that bodes well for us. And then lastly, we always are looking for opportunities to start to add potential vendors on the excursion side or that cater to cruise ships that don't need a physical building. So we have like Island Buggy, for example, that have the buggies that move around that is a tenant but doesn't have a full physical building that we have. So they put up a trailer and they work around. So we're looking at some of those opportunities as well.
Very well, excellent. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to Mr. Boshelty with the water issue. So how is the dry weather affecting you guys at this point?
Not really, because the water we sell and use to the cruise ships comes directly from WAPA. So we just buy the water as needed. So we haven't seen any issues on that standpoint with our water production part of our business.
And also to you, Director Penn, how is the dry weather? Is it dry weather in your favor or rain helps you?
We haven't really experienced any impact from the dry weather on St. Thomas.
No, I'm just asking because I know when it's raining a lot, if you say I don't know if you have any leaks when it rains a lot. The runway looks like it's been standing up good since we had the dry weather. I haven't heard any shutdown, so that's a positive.
Yeah, nothing to report so far negative on that front.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have more questions.
Thank you very much. One of the concerns that have been brought to our attention or raised is regards to the flies at the Sika airport. Are you experiencing? I know that at the Hera airport we're seeing some of that as well, but anything in regards to how do we address the fly issues?
Yeah, Territorial Airport Manager Jerome Sheridan. Senator, we have a routine contract with pest control at the facilities, both here in STX and STT. However, we've taken a further initiative. Sometime at night, we go in ourselves and do a deep fumigation, particularly in our commuter area. We've been experiencing some kind of challenges, Gate 9, Gate 10. We specifically kept the trash cans out of the lounge area, just outside, on the outside of the commuter lounge. Reason being is that we found that people have dumped their trash in there. We still have our custodians going in to remove the trash, but however, that can attract more pests, and we have seen that happen in the past.
Thank you. Senator Potter, you recognized for your burning question, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Executive Director Penn, I wanted to ask you, we know that the Hampton Inn Hotel, by all accounts, was a smashing success here in this district. Any thoughts, any possibilities of the construction of a similar type, Hampton Inn type project, maybe let's say in Gallows Bay, St. Croix? Is that something worth exploring? Any thoughts on that?
We would have to. Sorry. Senator, we haven't contemplated a hotel. We would have to explore what would be the highest and best use of that facility. I know across from the airport, the St. Croix airport, that 400 acres of land that we have. We have two hotel developments that are going to be soon coming online. A Best Western, like 10 acres for Best Western, and the other 390 acres is going to be for like we have a pre-development agreement for entertainment resort facility that's contemplated for that area. So those two hotel projects are coming online shortly.
Okay, so we see something on the horizon.
Yeah.
Not specifically Gallows Bay.
Yeah, Gallows Bay, I don't know about a hotel, but maybe some kind of marina or some, I don't know. We have to look at it somewhere.
Okay.
But if you have any ideas, you can let us know.
I definitely will. I'll follow up with you on this.
All right.
Of the 4 pressure points that you mentioned today in your testimony, the audit backlog, workforce vacancies, airline service losses, and P3 negotiations, which single risk, if unresolved, would you say poses the greatest threat to Viper's financial stability over the next 12 months? And what is being done right now about it?
I would say our audits, because no matter how much projects we undertake, or we need to get our finances in order, and that we're feverishly working on getting that done and making sure that we stay on top of having those audits current, because it does impact our audit, federal funds, and being able to take advantage of financing opportunities for other projects. So getting our financial house in order is of paramount importance.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Finally, if you could provide us, and you may not be able to provide it to us right at this moment, but if you can provide us with current % complete and expected completion dates for Charlotte Harbor dredging, the St. John multipurpose facility, the Frederickstead waterfront enhancements, and the Lorden Boynes dock, and the Annie Abramson marine facility. In your testimony, you just described them as being in various stages. So can you provide us with those specific timelines where you are right now and anticipated completion dates?
I'll let Preston talk about them.
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. The Lorden L. Boynes Senior dock improvements is complete. And working towards closeout with a contractor. The same with the tender landing pier. We have one punch list item remaining with the contractor, and their retainage left to pay, but it's open for use and is in use as of March of this year. Charlotte Amalie Harbor dredging, as we've talked through, we've issued administrative notice to proceed. The early works notice to proceed, which is them preparing all of the placement areas, is going to be this month, with dredge activities starting in October, and that will be complete within 1 year. Okay. And then the Frederickstead improvements, we have the waterfront master plan process that's ongoing. Our intent is to finish that in early 2027, and then that will prioritize the next stage in the next project. As for the Enide Pond multipurpose center, community park, goes by a lot of names, but the $400,000 appropriation has been spent and utilized for design purposes. The $10 million appropriation has not yet been received by the authority. However, we have spent an additional couple $100,000 to advance design in anticipation of moving that project forward. We recognize that the $10 million appropriation will not be enough for construction of the full project, so we're working on putting together a phased implementation plan, and we have started permitting that with CZM. So we're at about the 65% design, and then we're working through how we can phase that construction to get that started. But
Appreciate your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senate President Potter. The Frederick said $5 million enhancement. Where are we with that? Because that was an injection that we were hoping to utilize to be able to quickly expand the offerings of Frederick said. Where are we with that? Where is that?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. That is, Senator, that's another appropriation that VIPA has yet to receive. So we have executed a contract for the waterfront master planning in the amount of $118,000. We've expended roughly $100,000 of that as we've been progressing that master planning effort. And again, with the public engagement and the intergovernmental agency coordination, we'll put some priorities together for what the rest of that $5 million
You
could be
have
spent
yet
toward.
to receive that funding, you're saying?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'll make some calls today. I can't believe that. That was cash availability that we'll utilize for that appropriation. So, all right. Point of information, Senator Frederick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Interim Director Penn, real quick, on page 8 of the post-audit report, there's an outstanding balance on your insurance, $3,572,442. Is there a reason why it shows like that?
Anna Penn, Chief Financial Officer. We finance our insurance program. Our insurance program runs about $6 million, so we finance it. So that's the balance as of June.
Okay. And then last but not least, the audit had identified a significant risk because of management ability to, I guess, manipulate outcomes directly or indirectly in terms of the accounting records. What has been done to correct that situation?
That risk identified was based on that our federal general ledger was not tied directly, that we can just spit out numbers to match the CFA. So what we have done is we have worked with our computer consultant, and we have now been able to put in the grant number on the lines when the invoices are being paid. We've also going backward and putting in the grant numbers and reconciling to the CFA. So when the auditors come this year and they get the general ledger, it will have a match. So we have worked on that and we have completed that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your response. Thank you very much.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Yes. I wanted to know if they have the money in place for the demolition for Gallows Bay, and they're still planning to bring the smaller, luxurious cruise ships at that port, or not?
Preston Byer, Director of Engineering, Virgin Islands Port Authority. Yes, we have the funding in place for the demolition. We have an executed contract. We've issued a notice to proceed. We've paid a mobilization payment. So we are ready to go as soon as that last tenant relocates over to Gordon Finch. As for the small luxury cruise ships, the Z channel, which is the only federal channel in the U.S. Virgin Islands, has significant navigation concerns. We were working with the Army Corps of Engineers in terms of improvements to navigation. However, that was determined to have no federal interest in improving that. That is going to limit the ability of those types of vessels to call on Gallows Bay.
So no plans after demolition, and so it's just going to be an empty flat deck sitting there.
For the time being, yes. However, we are identifying that as one of our critical areas for our marine strategic plan, which looks at all of our assets in our marine portfolio.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fonseca, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Penn, with the Crown Bay redevelopment, I know there was some issues, couple vendors or lessees had not been resolved. Where are we now with resolving the lease issues?
These issues?
Yeah, or former lessees at Crown Bay. All of the
about-
lessees now, ready to move out when,
You're talking about the specifically the mechanics?
yeah, the mechanics and also the area, I don't want to call the name where they did the laundry.
Oh, the laundry, that's still in litigation. We're working with the mechanics. We have identified a location that we're going to be building out some bays for them to be located.
Okay, so are there any others in litigation other than that one?
That's it. That's it.
That's the only one? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Interim Director Penn, in regards, Project 7 resident want to know if Viper has requested any type of waivers to allow for access to the pier.
No, we haven't, but we've had lengthy discussions on that, and I will let Assistant Executive Director Rollins expound on that, where we are.
All right, good afternoon. So, we recognize and understand the concerns expressed by the community members who have used the facility for recreational purposes who were affected by these short changes, right? For many years, the facility was underutilized for its intended maritime purpose, which created an opportunity for residents to enjoy the area for recreation and community activities. The authority appreciates the value the facility has provided as a recreational resource. At the same time, concerns are raised by stakeholders in St. Croix District regarding the economic opportunities associated with cruise tourism. Comparisons were often made between the districts as St. Thomas and St. John experienced stronger tourism-related activity, while many businesses in St. Croix sought greater access to those economic benefits. In response, Viper worked closely with cruise line partners, specifically Royal Caribbean, to increase cruise visits to St. Croix. While those benefits may not always be immediately apparent to every resident, these visits provide significant economic opportunities for local businesses, transportational providers, tour operators, restaurants, retailers, and others whose livelihoods depend on tourism. We carefully evaluated, options that would allow continued recreational use of the facility while maintaining cruise operations and compliance with federal requirements. Although such options exist, the associated costs are substantial for the beer, including additional staffing requirements, increased store insurance and liability considerations, heightened operational demands, and ongoing expenses to prepare and maintain the facility in a safe and presentable condition for vessel arrivals. Recognizing the importance of recreational access to the community, we would be willing to engage with the Virgin Islands government internally to develop a dedicated recreational pier as a long-term solution. I believe that's the way to go. Viper, all facilities really are an economic investment. The community needs a recreational facility for, fishing, exercising, whatever they want to utilize that for, and we believe that an alternate facility would be the best long-term response to this.
You're ready for that
I
one.
understand. So we've been going back and forth, and I wanted to make sure that if it came up, we touch on all the points, so that every segment of the community that's affected, whether it be for recreational use or business purposes.
I'm sure we'll further develop that discussion so that we could, have a plan forward in that respect. Obviously, there's a cost association with that as well, in terms of developing that recreational spot that you're recommending. So we'll have further discussion in regards to that. All right. One final question to the Shelty is in regards to, of course, St. Thomas continue to be the premier port of the Caribbean. Who do you consider your competition, and what is being done to make sure and ensure that we continue to maintain our competitive edge?
Yeah, thank you. The closest comp I would say is St. Martin still. St. Kitts has done some good investments. BVI has been doing well, but they're more like a good comp for us because we trade off cars when we have conflicts. But I think right now it's still St. Martin for us in Eastern Caribbean.
And what are we doing to continue to maintain our
Well, we continue to invest in our product. Customer and visitor experience matters. I think the dredge work done by Viper will help us be competitive in terms of where we are. And I think at some point we have to continue to revisit how are we at the optimum number of berths in St. Thomas, right? Because the reality of it is ships are getting bigger. The Caribbean continues to be the number one region, and they are coming. So we know in our conversations with our cruise ship partners that they want to bring more ships. They just need space. So, and in order to compete, we just have to be aware of where we actually want to fall in that top tier.
Oh, well, thank you. I think that rounds out the questions for today. All right. Please recognize the mic of Senator Fonseca for his alibi.
Yes. Can you give me the cruise passenger, the marine tax, what goes to Waco and what goes to port? I always like those numbers, Ms. Penn.
I could tell you, just for us, is roughly $760 to Waco and maybe $680 to Port Authority for the Waco calls.
And the marine tax?
It's $1.
$1. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this time, I'll come to you, Mr. Bishalte, for your closing statement.
Thank you, Senator Francis. On behalf of the West Indian Company Limited, I want to thank the senators for their continued support of the West Indian Company Limited and cruise in the territory on a whole. Secondly, I want to thank our Board of Trustees for their continued support in me and our leadership team for us to keep pushing our mission. And lastly, I want to thank the Waco employees. Clearly, we would not be as strong a facility without our employees. A team that goes out every day, rain, heat, to make sure early morning, late nights to make sure the ships are berthed. Our accounting team, our security team that make sure everybody's safe. Thank you for all you do for the West Indian Company Limited. And on behalf of CFO Turnbull and myself, we appreciate the opportunity to come before you and share what's going on at Waco. And, we even like being here with Viper. So next year, keep us away.
Thank you. Interim Director Penn.
All right. Good afternoon again, Chairman Francis. Thank you for allowing us to provide an overview of Viper's operations. I want to thank the other senators present and for the questions and the insightful discourse that we had here today. Viper will continue to be steadfast in improving its operations on a daily basis, and we appreciate all of the support and the suggestions and recommendations to make the Viper a better agency for the benefit of the territory. And again, I want to thank our board of directors and the Brian Roach administration, and most importantly, our staff. When we started off this morning, the well was full and everybody gone back to work. So, at least we're doing our jobs. So I really appreciate their support. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you very much. And again, we want to thank the Magens Bay Authority as well as Viper and Waco Limited for being here this morning Thank you for the work that you continue to do on the behalf of bringing revenues into the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. Tourism continue to be, one of our revenue generators here, and we appreciate the work that you're doing there to make that happen. And all that we can ask is that you continue to do your part, and of course, where there's opportunity for us to work to improving those areas, we want to be a part of that investment as well. So again, thank you to all of your employees. Thank you to those employees that continue to rise above and stand out as employees of the year. And thank you for all that you do. I also want to thank my colleagues for today. Thank Post Audit Central staff for sure, our hardworking Central staff. Thank you. I know it's been a rough summer, but we're nearing the end with all of these budget hearings. So thank you for your commitment. I want to thank my staff as well, my senatorial staff. So the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance have an early close today. So we stand adjourned. God bless. Have a good day. See you tomorrow.